This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I'll call the special meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, and I am present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Councilmember Noble. Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huesman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to our resolutions. First up is Resolution 2022-41, a resolution amending and correcting the date of the public hearing for case AN-259-21-22 in resolution number 2022-28 to May 16, 2020. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-41. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-41. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk read the title?
Resolution 2022-41, a resolution amending and correcting the date of public hearing for case AN 259-2122 and resolution number 2022-28 to May 16th, 2022.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Councilmember Noble is now present. Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-41. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, and we'll move on to Resolution 2022-42, a resolution amending and correcting the date of public hearing for case AN 2-260-22 in resolution number 2022-29 to May 16, 2022. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-42. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-42. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-42, a resolution amending and correcting the date of public hearing for case AN 260-22 and resolution number 2022-29 to May 16th, 2022.
Thank you, sir. Have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2022-42. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. That concludes all the business we have for the special meeting of the City of Commerce City City Council. We will now move on to our study session and adjourn the special meeting. First up for presentations for the study session is the Elected Officials Retirement Fund. We'll invite Cheryl Karstens, Director of Finance, and Matt Hayter, Interim City Attorney, to give the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. Can everybody hear me and see the slide presentation?
We can, yes, Cheryl.
Thank you so much. I am here tonight to speak about the Elected Official Retirement Fund at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas. As I was not sure what the specific questions were, I am going to provide a history of that fund as well as some of the budgetary information. And then Interim City Attorney Matt Hayter is going to speak to you at the end about potential steps that can or cannot be taken. So the first ordinance was number 764, passed on April 14th of 1986. That is established the elected official fund, and that was with an effective date, January 1, 1986. It included anybody with 5 full years of service, whether that was consecutive service or not. And that one of the requirements was that they had to have been elected at least one time, could not just have been appointed for their service. At the age of 60, they would be eligible for the benefits if they were no longer serving as a council member. Those benefits would cease if someone receiving the benefits re-entered office of city council member. The benefit was established at $20 per fiscal year of service until their death. It does not continue on to beneficiaries. Every year, the council budgets funds to be transferred from the general fund to the elected official fund. Finance does track everybody that enters office, their terms of office when they exit and when they will be turning 60. And then we are responsible for issuing the payments on a monthly basis to those that have qualified. The beneficiary is responsible for notifying finance if there is any change in address. The next ordinance was Ordinance 1441, passed on June 3rd of 2002. The only change to the program at that time was the date, which then changed from 1986 to April 1 of 1960. Then years later, Ordinance 1873 passed on October 24th of 2011, which essentially terminated benefits except for the 3 items here below. So if an elected official had already qualified for those benefits as of the effective date, even though they had not reached 60, they would still receive those benefits. If an elected official serving on the effective date of the ordinance was eligible, if they were to terminate service on that date. And then elected officials serving as of the effective date, who upon reaching the age of 60 would be eligible based on their years of service as of the effective date. Since that time, no new members are eligible. Here I wanted to provide a 5-year activity for you. This shows revenues and expenditures. You can see the revenues represent the transfer that City Council approves each year during the budget process, as well as this is a interest earning fund. So there are some investment earnings. The expenditures account for the payments that go out to the recipients that did qualify for benefits under the plan. Lastly, this slide was just to inform you that each year that is a general fund transfer. Like I mentioned, it does incur some investment earnings. As of the 2021 unaudited information, the fund balance is $271,945. So the City Council in any budget cycle could elect not to do a new transfer, but instead use up the fund balance that has grown over time. Currently, there are 18 recipients receiving those benefits, and those benefits happen monthly. It is a check that is processed and sent to them, and those range from $120 to $560 monthly. Matt, do you want to talk about this slide?
Sure. So one of the things I wanted to look at and just make sure you understand is if contemplating changes to this retirement plan or reinvigorating it again, I want to make sure that you knew that this is a form of compensation, and our charter prohibits any sort of increase or decrease in compensation by members of council that take effect during your term on council. So I need to change something that's on this slide that you'll see. That prohibition is consistent with the prohibition on increasing emoluments during your term of service under Colorado statutory law as well. The exception in our charter to this is for a salary increase. For example, you guys can vote to increase, it's really your stipend as council members. You can vote to increase your stipend, but that would not be effective until the following organizational meeting when new members are also sworn in. It would be effective as to them. So you could make changes to the existing program that's been out there or revitalize it or make yourself eligible for these benefits in the future. So this point I have on here that says changes can be made to benefit previous or future councils, that's what we're talking about there. I did say on here that no one sitting on council would be eligible to benefit from a change. That's not accurate. If you were to modify this program so that you could basically have a retirement benefit to be applicable to you, that is acceptable. That is something you can do if that's one of the options and one of the reasons that we were asked to bring this before you this evening. Cheryl, that's about all I wanted to say at this time, and of course, I'll be happy to take questions.
Likewise, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Thank you both for the presentations. Anybody on council have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cheryl and Matt, for the presentation. But I had a few questions. Since the ordinance 764 was created in 1986, and then it said there's the $20 per fiscal year of service until death be increased. Could that be increased since the cost of living has increased?
Sure, this is a legislative enactment, and of course, you could modify it accordingly.
Okay. And then I was just curious also, normally we see like comparisons of other cities. So do we know offhand, Cheryl or Matt, any other cities that have elected officials that get the retirement?
I don't. Go ahead, Cheryl. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. I was just going to say that I am not aware of any other city that has a program like this, but I have not called around to request that information either.
On the same note, I'm not aware of any city that would ever extend some sort of retirement benefit with you to part-time employees, let alone to electeds. So I have some concerns overall about the program that I've not looked into, that if any changes were to be made, I'd probably seek somebody out that's more specialized in that area of law to get some more analysis as to particular issues that might raise red flags for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again both for your presentation, for being here with us this evening. We'll move on to our road impact fee presentation. We'll invite Brent Soderlin, City Engineer, to introduce the presentation.
So good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, and members of City Council. Tonight, I will be doing an update to the road impact fee and recommended revisions. Helping me out tonight will be Jennifer Carpenter with Michael Baker. It's my understanding that she's lost her voice, so I'll be going through the presentation and she'll be available to help answer any questions. So just as an overview, I'll be covering the purpose and need, the study area application, the future roadway network analysis, and then some adoption options for the ordinance. So the purpose and need, the city is developing rapidly, and we've not updated our road impact fees since 2000. And so based upon CDOT's standard growth rate of 3.5% per year, construction costs have increased 208% since the year 2000. So we need to update our road impact fee in order to fund capital projects to accommodate the increased growth we're having in the city. So just as an overview, the current road impact fee balance is roughly $3 million. We have a capital need of $633 million and a shortfall of roughly $630 million. This slide just basically shows the three zones in the Northern Range study area. So Zone 1 is the South Platte River to Highway 2. Zone 2 is Highway 2 to Piccadilly. And then Zone 3 is Piccadilly to Watkins Road. This slide shows the study area for the core city. It's basically the South Platte River to the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge west to east. bordered on the north by 80th Avenue and on the south by 48th Avenue. So just application of the road impact fee, it only applies to arterial roadways, and it only includes projects that add capacity. So for example, for 104th Avenue, it would be just to add the extra lanes to go from 4 to 6 lanes. Developers could be credited back if they did arterial roadway improvements, and it's a one-time fee that's paid at building permit by the home builders. So this is just a look at our future roadway network. And so our principal arterial roadways, which is our 6-lane roads, it's basically 120th, Piccadilly Road, 104th Avenue, also Tower Road, and then future High Plains Parkway, as well as Highway 2. Our minor arterial roadways, which are our 4-lane roads, 88th Avenue, 96th Avenue, several roads basically east of E470. And then we have our multimodal roads, which is our 2-lane arterials, which is Brighton, portions of 112th, Potomac, and Peoria Street. And this is the future roadway network in the core city. So we have our principal arterials, which are our 6-lane roads, which is really Quebec and Highway 2. And then we have 74th Avenue on here. And it should be noted that 74th Avenue is actually a CDOT roadway. And then we have our minor arterial roadways, which is 72nd Avenue and 56th Avenue. And we also show Brighton Boulevard. Brighton Boulevard is also a CDOT roadway in the core city. So as an analysis, we anticipate residential build-out by 2056. And as I covered before, the cost for arterial build-out is roughly $633 million. It's based on 2021 cost, does not account for a construction cost escalator, and it just includes the widening needs to accommodate future development. So as I said before, we have roughly a shortfall of $630 million. So this slide, we're asked to look into possibly finding a way to increase our industrial fees based on the impact that trucks have on the roadways. And so what Michael Baker did was they converted trucks to a car or a vehicle equivalent. And then basically because they added those cars into the peak hours, we had an increase in the fee. So you can see for a light industrial in Northern Range, the fee went from roughly $3,000 from what I presented in February up to basically $3,400 here in April. And so you can see all the fees jumped slightly based upon that conversion or truck conversion rate. So this slide shows the current build out or the current fee versus a variety of different fees in the Northern Range. So you can just see that all the fees increase quite a bit just because we have not increased the fee since the year 2000. And here are just 4 examples of fees, kind of a fee comparison. So we have our single family houses. The fee jumps from basically $1,181 to basically $4,800. Shopping center jumps from $4,400 to basically $10,000. And all the shopping and the warehouse fees are based on 1,000 square feet. And then we just show the core city fees. There were no core city fees, so you can just see the fees they're proposing for the core city. This slide basically just shows our current road impact fee comparisons with other cities. I would say that we're roughly in the middle for single family and multifamily. Many cities don't have commercial and warehouse fees, so I would say that we'd be higher for those 2 uses. This is just more examples. I would still say we're probably in the middle with this group also. Probably Adams County West and East that have different industrial fees. Like I said, many don't have industrial or commercial fees. This is just a list of our top 10 priority projects. And just note that we have roughly $110 million worth of need just for our top 10 projects. This slide is basically covering if council decided they wanted to make this an excise tax. And so an excise tax would be similar to the impact fee, but an excise tax would have to be approved by voters of the city. And so example, the town of Parker does have an excise tax. It's very similar. It's paid at building permit. It includes an annual cost escalator, and it can be credited back to the developers. Sorry about that. So the rational nexus. So governments are allowed to exact property or something of value without providing compensation, provided two tests are met. The first is a nexus. The exaction must have a rational connection to the burden the government seeks to avoid. And then we have rough proportionality. The amount of the exaction must roughly correspond to the burden placed on the government resulting from the development. So an exaction could include such things as impact fees, right-of-way dedication, utility improvements, infrastructure improvements for transportation, parks, trails, and street lighting, and et cetera. So here are just some road impact fee guidelines when we consider adoption of the ordinance. So the city cannot charge more than the fee calculated in the study. The amount of the exaction must be roughly proportional to the burden placed on the city resulting from development. The city could adopt a lower fee. The city can adopt a lower fee for different land uses, and the fees could be adjusted in the future at any time if they were supported by a study, and also the city could phase the fee. So we're really looking at three options for the road impact fee. Option one would just be the adoption of the full road impact fees. Option two would be the adoption of the full residential and industrial fees, and then a percentage of the commercial fee. And then option three is adoption of the full residential and industrial fees, and then keeping the commercial fee at the current year 2000 rate. We would suggest that any ordinance have an escalator that would be tied to the construction cost index, and that the fee be adjusted automatically every 2 years. So this is basically option one, which is just adoption of the full fee. And so here we have 4 uses as an example of what that fee would be. For a single family, it's roughly $4,800 per single family unit. Shopping center would be $10,446 per 1,000 square feet. Fast food would be $40,000 per 1,000 square feet, and then a warehouse would be $1,067 per 1,000 square feet. This just shows the full fee for a single family shopping center, fast food, and a warehouse in the core city. And so we've combined road impact fee options 2 and 3 here in this slide. Option 2, as I said before, would be the full residential industrial fee and adopting a portion of the commercial fee. And so the chart, you can see the land uses we have, and it shows the number of developable acres left in the city. And so if we were to reduce the commercial fee by 25%, you can see the commercial fee would drop from basically $312 million down to $234 million that we would collect. So that is a difference of $78 million. If we were to reduce the commercial fee by 50%, we can see that the commercial fee would drop from $312 million down to roughly $156 million. And so we would lose basically $156 million in fees if we were to reduce the commercial fee by 50%. And then option 3, which is keeping the fee the same as the 2000 fee, you can see that the total fee for commercial would drop from $312 million down to basically $39 million. And so that difference would be roughly $273 million that we would lose in fees. So at this time, I'd be happy to have questions and discussions on the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Soderlin. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Brent. I thought it is also worth sharing with the council for your deliberation and thoughts on next steps that obviously, as you all had asked, we went back, looked at various options for being able to adopt a fee. Now, with every decision, there's pros and cons to that. Adopting a lesser fee, I think I'd be remiss in sharing that obviously it has some counterintuitive to the goal that we're trying to provide a stable and well-maintained infrastructure. As we know, industrial pays for quite a bit as it relates to our amenities, for our operations, even much more so as you look at the numbers on the screen for commercial with respect to a stable infrastructure. While trying to stabilize what I would call the commercial market so that we continue to grow economically, we continue to evolve, we are ultimately also have to balance that against, we want people to be able to drive on the streets to get to those businesses. As we've heard through different efforts that you all have been out there with us at Site Selectors, we hear that, right, the infrastructure is as important to the demographic and to the operations as we grow out as a city. So there's always going to be some trade-off to that. Is it the short-term success with helping to allow the commercial, I'll say, to have one less barrier to entry? Or do we want to still position in different ways incentives, creative incentives? I know BREDAC is working on a number of different things, looking at approaches to help the business community, the commercial development community, be able to try to pick up. And like I said, do we focus on the long-term success of our infrastructure with this, given that we have to cover a $630 million gap? So over time, that is. So those are the things that you have to weigh. Not saying there's a right or wrong decision, it's just something else just for your consideration and thinking around the table.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Noble.
Why is the core city and the North Range different? Why are the fees different?
Yes, thank you for the question, Council Member Noble. So the difference is really that there's less infrastructure costs in the core city because it's mainly built out. And so obviously there's way more infrastructure to build in the Northern Range, and so that's really the difference in the fees.
It's new development that's paying the fee, though, correct?
It would be new development that's paying the fee, correct?
So any new development in the core city, such as all of the Cronky property, would be charged a lesser impact fee under this scenario that you're presenting.
Yes, that's correct. And I don't know, Jennifer, are you on the line? Do you have anything to add to that question?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you, but
I would just add that in the core city, people don't have to drive as far as they do in the Northern Range. And so the trip length is shorter, and that's part of the reason they are charged less.
Why do they have less far to drive in the core city? Where are they going?
The places that they're going to are closer than they would be in the Northern Range. For the Northern Range, they're traveling longer distances to get down to Denver or other places that they need to go.
I don't see that. there is a significant difference between the impact fees for Core City and North Range. It just seems that certain properties should be paying the same as you would in the North Range in particular. The second one is when it comes to the options, you have options 1, 2, and 3. Would there be a possibility of an option 4 where the commercial impact fee is a negotiating point? So you come in at option 1, I mean, theoretically, it's option 1 plus commercial is negotiated based on incentives or what they're doing, et cetera.
If I may answer that, can you hear me on the mic? So with regards to the latter question you just asked, impact fees are designed to address a broad development. When you're looking at, particularly if you want to call it commercial development, then you're not talking about an impact fee anymore. You're talking about an exaction based, an individualized exaction based on what that developer is doing. So because impact fees are broad-based to address the concerns, they apply equally to everybody. So hopefully that addresses the second question of why we can't do a separate, or if we were to do a separate commercial type of impact fee, it's not an impact fee anymore. It's an individualized exaction. Does that make sense?
So the answer is yes or no.
Well, you'd have to find some way to exempt commercial property from your impact fee study, and then hope that whatever impact fee or whatever exactions you later get from the commercial properties is going to make up the difference of what you know you're going to need if the commercial was not exempted from your impact fee study.
Well, if we have reductions of 25% or 50%, would it be possible for 25% or 50% to be options depending upon the project itself and its benefit to the city?
I don't know if I quite understand the question. However, it does sound to me like you're then getting some sort of impact fee and then taking another exemption, another exaction on top of that, which is a form of double dipping, which is also prohibited. You can't.
This says option 2 is full residential and industrial and a portion of the commercial fee. Examples of 25% and 50% reductions are shown below. So I'm just referencing the slide.
Yeah, that sounds to me like it's a present or a proposal where a reduction is proposed, but there's no way to make up the shortfall caused by that deduction. I wanted to address the earlier question too, just to kind of say that impact fees, again, these are designed to correct or to address the capital improvements, and what we're really looking at is deficiencies in capital improvements. So it's a fee on new development to fund those things that we need in those areas that are not there. When you contrast that with, say, the core city, an impact fee there can't be used to correct deficiencies, like to rebuild a road. It has to be for the new infrastructure, the new capital facilities that are lacking in those areas. So when Mr. Sutherland was discussing the fact that we don't need those same things in the southern parts of the city, it's because that infrastructure already exists, regardless of its condition.
Okay, that's helpful to explain that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Madera?
So for options 2 and 3, when we're using the broad definition commercial, what does that include? Does that include like fast food too?
Yeah, it does include fast food. In fact, I believe when we calculated the commercial, it was actually retail and, Jen, maybe you have to jump in for me. It's retail and what was the other use?
Retail and services.
Oh, yeah, retail and services.
So why are we breaking that out in option 1, but not in 2 and 3 for shopping center versus fast food?
So I guess Councilman Member Madera, if I understand the question correctly, you're wondering if we broke it out for shopping center and fast food? Is that the question?
Yeah, and the first option, they're listed separately as, two different types of uses. But then for options 2 and 3, they're not. And I guess, what I'm trying to get at here is making up some of that shortfall where I don't know if we want to incentivize fast food the same as other types of commercial.
I guess the scenario I was showing that in the second slide, the shopping center and the fast food would both be reduced at that 50% or at that 25% rate.
Okay, but they're at the different rates under that proposed fee of the 22,000 and 5,000 per whatever it was on the slide.
That's just an example of the fees that came out of this study. But option 1 is the full implementation of the fees. So to give you an idea for options 2 and 3, to give you an idea of how much the fee would be reduced and how much would be lost, we lumped things together. It's really hard to determine how many shopping centers and how many fast food and how many of each of the different uses are going to come in and fill the vacant space.
Because I'm just thinking, in order to make up some of the shortfall, maybe not reducing the fast food by that percentage. That way, we're still capturing those fees in the future, but having maybe the reduced version for the other types of commercials, like a shopping center or something that, is things that we get asked for more often.
So that's a very good question. It's one that we've actually have debated internally. Do we have the opportunity to split out fast food from a QSR, from a sit-down restaurant? And I think under our impact authority given by the state, we don't have the luxury, and correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, we don't believe we have the luxury to be that specific in defining of keeping one use under commercial as 100% while giving a reduction to a different use that may be more targeted. If we're going to look at a reduction, right, you have to look at that reduction across the full gamut that's been identified through the background of, in this sense, the ITE and how they've defined those uses for commercial, industrial, or office and such.
Yeah, so I guess that kind of, excuse me, that affects, how I see this, because I guess I'm more inclined to give less of a reduction than to commercial as a whole and use other incentives, to attract the commercial at that point. Because I think, if we're cutting it across the board, you're also incentivizing some of these uses that aren't necessarily what's desired for a commercial. And so you kind of have that double-edged sword where, you're trying to incentivize one thing, but the unintended consequences, you're going to get, Burger King instead of Olive Garden or whatever people want up there. So I think, I'm kind of leaning more towards an option 2. Maybe more towards like the 25% reduction, and then knowing that we have other incentive tools for commercial development that we'd have to turn to because we can't reimburse fees, correct?
That is correct. And we do currently have a incentive program. I know economic development is looking at broadening that and bringing that forward to you all, or looking at extending that. It doesn't prevent us from, once again, going back underneath the hood per se and looking at other creative ways for those targeted end users. I would also say that while you may be looking at a reduction now, you have the ability to build in a reassessment every 2 years on how you want to catch that back up once the economic market whether it's in the core city or in the Northern Range, has stabilized with, once again, that remove of that initial or interim barrier. And I would say what's been customary is that when you have seen the imposition of a fee is for a municipality to also look at creating a much stronger incentive program, not tied to the fee, but to helping to, once again, mitigate the impact of coming into the community. So it's not uncommon.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you. I think I've obviously made it pretty well known about what I think this does to costs. I'm not going to dwell on that at all tonight. So just a clarifying question, the 600 plus million is our piece of this, or will that be shared as new development? Because as we all see development agreements, there's a piece of public improvement that is paid for by every new development. And so is that 660 million, say a quarter of that, is that going to be covered by new development as it's built out in development agreements?
So Councilmember Hurst, the intent of the impact fee is to collect enough money to build out the $600 million. So if we collect a fee, we can't make the developers build out the arterial roadway, because then that's the double dipping piece that Mr. Hayter had talked about before.
So let's look at that as an incentive then. In my opinion, it's just my opinion, private sector can do it for far cheaper than the city can do it. And so it makes sense for them to build the public improvement and pay less than the fee that they would have had to pay. That doesn't make sense in every development because the size of the public improvement could easily outcost the fee. But then are we charging enough in that situation? And so that's just a discussion for us to think about. We've already covered the incentives. I really think a lot of where I'm going to be at on this is the incentive packages that we're prepared to have, because everything I hear in the community is that we should be incentivizing new grocery. We should be incentivizing sit-down restaurants. We are doing some of that, no doubt. But it seems that we need to do more. And quite honestly, I don't expect another 135,000 square foot King Supers to be built anywhere near. But if it was, we'd be talking about almost $1.5 million in an impact fee, where the one that's currently in the north side of our town paid about $330,000. So that's pretty brutal increase for incentivizing that type of development to come up there. One of my key concerns comes from outside our borders of our city, and it's going to impact our tax base, honestly. The Clean Truck Act will be passed, whether it's this year or next year, it's going to pass. And even if it doesn't pass at the state, it'll pass federally shortly thereafter. And so the impact to our entire industrial area is, I 100% guarantee they're not tearing up their whole entire parking lot and building to become in compliance with electrification and hydrogen. So instead they're going to go build out by the airport where the zoning makes more sense, and we're going to miss out on that if we are significantly more costly than our competing neighbors. And that's literally going to gut our entire industrial tax base, because a large piece of that is trucking. And I'll tell you, the facility that I worked on was built in the 90s, and it was already too old to put that type of investment into. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. So I can assure you all the trucking facilities that were built in the 60s and 70s and 80s are far past that point. And I feel like this disincentivizes investing in their current location and redevelopment. So we just have to be prepared to have those conversations. That's not for today, but when that happens, we need to be prepared to look at some incentive plans to not chase everybody out of town, because if we can reduce the noise and emissions of the trucking industry, there are other issues, but I promise they're not as big as losing the tax base that comes with those companies. And really, that was part of my last point that got blended. I still think houses get built no matter what we raise the fee to. That's easily passed on to the home buyer. I just think businesses go other places if we are that much considerably more to build here. So just stuff for us to chew on. I still think we have to find ways to have the revenue to build out our city. So I'm not opposed to this. I just want us to think about the consequences that come and us to have plans on how to react to changing in markets and changing environment, because we're doing this for the right intent and the right reasons, but I also think it could be chasing off the things that we really want to see.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you. Just wanted to go back to the priority list that was presented. I believe a number of these projects are either partially or fully funded. And if so, why are they being considered in the total deficit that we're trying to make up for with an impact fee?
So if you collected the impact fee, you could use those fees to pay back, for example, the bonds, the 2K bonds for 96th Avenue or for 56th Avenue in the core city, or for Chambers Road in the Northern Range. So you could use the impact fee to pay back those bonds.
Pay back the private investment of money, not the city's investment of money, correct?
But the city investment money. So if a developer were to build out an arterial roadway, they could be credited back the road impact fee. So that could be a way to help offset their costs also.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I didn't see anything about a tiered approach to implementing these fees, and I think that's something we've discussed in the past rather than kind of ripping the Band-Aid off all at once. I think it's important to consider budgets for companies that might be looking to do business in the city or are already doing business in the city, and at least giving a fiscal year to accommodate for those constraints. So I'd like to see a tiered approach regardless of which option we choose.
So if I may, council member, tiering is difficult in the essence that once you establish the fee, the way of how you evaluate the escalation's got to be tied to some escalator. So you can look at 100%, let's say 75%, and then 100%. You can then reassess that or have that escalate over and what we've proposed is every 2 years, and then to have a reevaluation of the fees on a 5-year period. So that way we're making sure that we're not falling too far behind. If we want to, once again, freshen up the study, we can do such a lot more easier, because once again, we're not having to dig back through 20 years worth of analysis to see what improvements are necessary. So it makes it that much more timely for us. Where I'm going with that is when you set the fee, that is the fee in which you are working from. And then if you're trying to project out 5 years from now as a tiering, you're going to have to go back through that analysis to justify that tiering for 2027 or 2032. So we can't look out too far, and we can't tier it out too far. It's got to be this one fee. Look at it, have it roll up on a CEI or CPI every 2 years, every 3 years, whatever you all are more comfortable, and then come back to the table to reassess, whether it's 5 years or 7 years. I would say practice, you don't go past 7 years. That way it continues to allow for you to reevaluate your tiering of where you've established that fee at.
That makes sense, and I appreciate the insight. I'm not talking about long-term tiering, it just seems some of these, specifically in the commercial instance, I mean, these are massive fees in a commercial application. And if you have somebody looking to do business with us this year and they've already kind of set budgets, how do you absorb that, even if there's a reimbursement option later?
So
And sorry, just one more thought, kind of to Councilmember Hurst's point, we're disincentivizing by doing it all at once, where you can create a norm by easing into it, but just ripping the Band-Aid off that's a lot of money to absorb in a project.
Yes and no. I think partly predictability and certainty is what rules the day and how a developer is looking at the time money value assessment into their pro forma. So it all bears with their pro forma, which they're already looking at what the fees are that need to be absorbed to determine their internal rate of return, but ultimately as well their ROI for those who are investing in the project. So the more they know up front, the more predictability and certainty that they're able to define whether the costs can be passed through, as we discussed, or absorbed. Now, as we were talking about a tiering or a raising, that adds more risk because they don't know what they may be charged, which then creates volatility in the market for that developer to being able to be underwritten. So the more that we are able to provide what that fee is going to be and a structure of how we're going to evaluate that fee allows them to be able to mitigate that risk when they're taking it out to market. And so, yeah.
I don't disagree. I want to look at the instance, though, of a single-family home. We can probably safely assume those fees will be passed on to the home buyer. And it's just important to me that we consider what is essentially a de facto tax on our residents. We're implementing a tax, so to speak, if we assume that the developer or the builder will pass that on to the home buyer.
So Matt may kick me underneath the table, but whether it's a fee or a tax, the end user, whether it's residential or commercial, is going to pay for the improvements one way or another. Whether it's through the traditional sense of they're continuing to proffer through our sales tax, which we're applying back, or whether it's being applied through our GIDs for being able to provide those improvements in which we have a mill levy as the GID, whether it is through the forms and structure of a metro district in providing that infrastructure, or whether the developer is going to build and construct that and then pass it, maybe not dollar for dollar, onto the home buyer or to the end user. At the end of the day, it's ultimately going to come from some form of burden that will be placed on our residents and or those who occupy our businesses or our end users. And that's just, I would say, the reality of just how development occurs in this state and being able to fund that infrastructure. The impact fees is probably the more, I would say, transparent, for the lack of better words, and predictable because there's an understanding of what's being covered and what it's being utilized for to the benefit of the community with that direct correlation. And it's trying to have development pay for its own way. To one that, like I said, we have that connection to demonstrating the improvements will ultimately be delivered at the appropriate time. So I hear where you're going, ma'am, but I would say fee, tax, and like I said, easily could make it a tax by going through the similar approach with the excise, but the fee allows for more fluidity and being able to think through what is the most appropriate at the time of the evolution of our city about still allowing for the growth in key areas, whether it's commercial, office, so that we continue to see that turnover.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Incentives are what I was trying to talk about originally myself. I'm looking at the priority list, and it talks about 112th Parkside to Tower Road. I've asked about this a couple of times, about the obligation under the former CDA with the reunion project that they would finish out roads that are adjacent to their project. Did we get an answer on that, whether there is an obligation?
You had originally asked that I come back and give you an answer to that question, and I've dug into that with community development, and obviously with the Deputy City Manager Rogers, who is going to elaborate on that more. But by the terms of the CDA, that roadway was required, as an arterial, was required to be built out or ultimately paid for. And my understanding right now is we're still trying to get some information about whether that was alternately paid for or not. And I'll allow Mr. Rogers to address the detail there.
Thank you for that, Matt. Yes, that's correct. It's an either or, construct half section of the roadway or provide funding for the improvement as necessary. As part of our past practice, as my understanding over the last 20 years, those payments for those improvements to be made to arterial roads in lieu of construction were held by the Metro District, as they served as the arm for building those roadways at the appropriate time. So we're still doing our due diligence to see whether or not the appropriate Metro District that would have been responsible for the construction of this roadway or this section of the roadway has as part of its capital funding budget.
All right, because it was done from Parkside to Chambers, so logic would be then that the homes from Parkside towards Tower would have 112th finished as well.
They would have a half section under
Right.
the previous agreement, and
Right.
the section between Chambers and Parkside was a partnership between the city and the Metro District for the construction of the full roadway. So I would anticipate that we would have, I would assume, a similar agreement so that we're providing the full improvement for the benefit of those residents and those in and around and adjoining to it as well.
So does the 8 million reflect a partnership, or is it Commerce City's responsibility only, or the new homes that would pay for the impact fee?
Yeah, so that cost, it just reflects the full cost. It doesn't anticipate the partnership.
Okay. And then back to the commercial again, as everyone knows, we're having BREDAC meetings monthly, which is the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee. And at the first meeting, we were discussing, we learned about the fees and taxes and so forth in Commerce City, which are quite a burden for commercial entities here, particularly in comparison to other areas. We are the highest, I believe, which was pretty startling to recognize. So this would put us even further out of reach, which is problematic. The other, and necessary, I understand it's necessary, but nevertheless, it is problematic. And I am concerned in particular about childcare, which also falls under commercial. And I know it's quite expensive for these child care schools, and they have a limited number of kids that they can actually earn an income off of, basically, and then they have the other expenses as well of the school. So it would be, I don't know, it's difficult to call commercial everything when there are certain businesses that will be hurt harder, and we certainly want to be able to support childcare in Commerce City because of the youth, of the average age of our population. Thank you.
I think it's unfortunate because we're looking at road impact fees here, and we're looking at some astonishing dollar values up there, and it's only half the story, because the next presentation is for the drainage impact fee. And so if you consider commercial needing to fork out $312 million, double that for the drainage impact fee, plus or minus a few million among friends. And it gets even more dire than the way it looks right now. Granted, the deficit is just as dire. I'm curious where economic development is. I mean, this is a huge piece and would appreciate them weighing in and telling us. Okay. I really wish we could divvy things up. You know, I wish that we had the ability to say, I asked earlier today in a meeting, I said, well, can we separate medical from dental? You know, we know we have enough dentist office, but we don't have any medical offices. When I look at office and industrial, I think, well, that's problematic. I mean, our office vacancy rate in Commerce City for the last umpteen years has been at or near zero. And so to think that we're going to dissuade office space from coming in, and yes, we have a need to build roads, and we have a need to build detention ponds and drainage and all the other stuff. But at what cost? Are we willing to jeopardize the financial future by not having more commercial, more office space? I struggle with that. And again, like I said, this slide you're looking at here, just consider that you have to double these figures because we have one more impact fee that we got to talk about next. Oh yeah, and the public safety impact fee that I'm asking for. I don't know, I'm struggling on this, and quite honestly, if I were to be put in a position of needing to decide right now, I would say keep the commercial where it is. We can't continue to jump up and down and say we want more commercial and then turn around and vote in something like this that is going to all but dissuade any commercial from being here. And I mean, the 2015 Raftella study that was done whenever Councilmember Ford was the mayor showed Commerce City's impact fees and water connection fees and everything put us at or near the very top. It hasn't gotten better. You know, we continue to struggle whenever it comes to trying to persuade. I think there's, from what I've heard in the presentation, there are other avenues. Exactions being used as opposed to impact fees, public improvement agreements, in order to be able to get that where it needs to be, is a potential way of building the regional, or at least the area that is directly adjacent to the property. I don't know what it looks like, but right now I don't think I can support an option that includes increasing the commercial at all. I can't go back out and say we're doing everything we can to get you another grocery store, and then in my back pocket say, oh, but I just tacked on another $1 million in development fees for that grocery store. I can't do it. It just doesn't, no matter how much we need that road, no matter how much we want these roads to be completed. You know, 6 days ago, the comment was made that, you know, the demand has to be there for the infrastructure to be put in place, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so right now the demand needs to show up in the form of more commercial, and the demand needs to show up in the form of more office space. And again, I would be more interested in splitting office from industrial, and I'm curious why it is that they're lumped together like that. But I can't support the commercial. Mr. Rogers.
So having a quick sidebar with economic development, there's no way of getting around that there will have some impact on commercial and office development with an increase in the fees so significantly as what you see up on the screen. Part of that reality is also due to not continually updating those fees over the 20 plus years. Now, there's pros and cons to that, right? We've seen a robust and inexorable amount of development growth that has been beneficial to the city. So it's helped us mature to a position that has allowed us to be able to, I'll just call it, to kick the tires on opportunities that we're primed for, whether it's hotels, additional retail, destination uses. That growth has gotten us here for the last 20 years. But at the same time, we're now having to tackle the big issue in the room is, while yes, we can look at exactions, but those exactions are still limited based on the rational nexus. Requiring the construction of a road by a developer outside of dedicating that land for that right-of-way is one that's not a requirement, but maybe a voluntary position or agreement that the city and that developer comes to. What you're more than likely to find are intersection improvements, dedication of right-of-way, and participation in traffic signals. Or what we find with our development agreement, and most of what we found to this date with the development here in the city, is paying that road impact fee.
So this is really where I land on this. Let's talk about King Soopers. 90% of the people that go to King Soopers live in the area and drive down the street from their house to the King Soopers. 90%, probably 95% of the people that go to State House live in the area. Same with Lost Marks. Same with Wingstop. The people that are going to go to our commercial businesses are people who already live in the area. So they've already paid an impact fee when they purchase their house, or will pay the impact fee when they purchase their house. And those impact fees that are being derived off of the houses are what are going to go towards building our road network. Now, we're not talking about commercial where we're going to have the next huge shopping center that people come from 5 cities away to come shop at us. We're not talking about having a Park Meadows Mall where we're drawing people from all the way over wherever you want to say, pick a city, to come and shop there. The reality, we've already been told we're not going to get one of those developments. And so whenever you put an impact fee out there for commercial, you're really double dipping on the people that are actually going to end up paying that. And that's the people that are going to buy a house in Commerce City. That's people that are going to rent an apartment or rent a house or a townhome or whatever it is they're going to do. Those people have already paid an impact fee. Then you turn around and you say, okay, well, either one, the impact fee is going to get passed on to the end user because it's going to go in the lease rates for the business that goes in there, or 2, we're just going to drive the business away to the point where the money is going to leave the city and continue to leave the city. And we continue in a city that generates 74 to 75% of our revenue is generated off sales and use tax. By continuing to dissuade the commercial entities from coming here and opening shop, we fail to continue to increase the tax base. So when I look at this holistically, I don't see the commercial impact fee as a viable option for Commerce City today. Because if we don't continue to expand that tax base, at some point in time, either services are going to have to get cut or the tax rate is going to have to go up again. The only way you avoid that is to have more people paying into the pot. And the only way we get more people paying into the pot is to do everything we can to encourage commercial and non-residential development. Keeping in mind that non-residential development brings money into all the other special districts as well, to include the school districts, but they don't put a burden on those districts because they don't put more students in the district. So there's another reason to want that development to take place. I can't. If there was a way that you could come to me and economic development could come to us in 6 months and say, hey, we got you a grocery store, but you're going to need to rebate half the impact fee, okay, then we could talk about it. But as we discussed earlier this evening, that's one fee we can't rebate back in an economic development package, so you take that off the table. It's just not the way to make up the ground. And like I said, I don't think that any of us can go out there and say we are actively pursuing every bit of commercial we can and then turn around and slap those kind of impact fees on a commercial entity and say, we had to do it for the roads and the detention ponds. It just doesn't work. And I think that's why we ended up here, because you put this in front of us and we didn't approve it because we wanted to have this conversation. These numbers that you see here are half the story. The second half of the story comes up on the next presentation. And those numbers are 100% cost prohibitive to Commerce City being able to ever increase our tax base with additional commercial real estate. Councilmember Ford.
You know, Mayor, I think you're right on the money. When it comes to fees in Commerce City, we don't have our own water district, is not part of the city. And when we went through this study to see where we sat with all the other communities, we had to bring in the other entities and say, hey, we need to reduce our fees. We need you to reduce your fees so that we could stay competitive. But when you look at some of the fees through other government agencies that are not rolled into the city, like most communities, they're extremely high. And so it puts us at a deficit to be able to compete with neighboring communities for commercial opportunities. And the other thing that I think is an elephant in the room that nobody's talked about is the transient traffic that Commerce City sees. We get 100% of everything north and west of Commerce City comes through our community to go to the airport. It's 104th, it's 120th. A lot of the traffic from Thornton, North Glen, Westminster use 88th Avenue, they use Rosemary Street, they use Quebec to avoid Highway 85 and some of the antiquated state highways that have not been improved. If those improvements were made, we'd have less traffic, less impact on our roads, and our roads would last longer. They wouldn't need to be widened as quickly. So I think there are a lot of factors that are not resident-based concerns. They're non-resident-based concerns, but that transient traffic should also be driving and improving opportunity for commercial within our community if we're having all that additional traffic. I don't know why, over all these years, the two of them, we get more traffic, transient traffic, we don't attract more commercial. We charge our residents more and our businesses more for impact fees, and we get more transient traffic. And it almost works against us. And, you know, if you take a look since 2002, when I was here, when the last impact fee increase took place for roads and drainage, but there were mayors between my terms that didn't increase them either because of the net negative effect it would have on development, especially commercial development within our community. And I don't know how we get around that because we have a ton of transient traffic that are impacting our roads. The state's not improved any of our state highways, like Highway 85, 270, and so we're at a net negative impact, and it drives traffic onto our other roads like Quebec, 80, 88, Rosemary, those type of things. And we need to have a study done to identify how we can offset some of those negative impacts and push the state on some of our needs. If we get 120th Avenue flyover done, it's just going to increase traffic on 120th, therefore more sooner needs for widening. As much as I want the flyover, we need 85 improved, we need 270 improved. And I think until we get the state to start helping us out in this part of the region, we're gonna continue to set ourselves back. And that's just how I see it. So I'm agreeing with you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, in response to Councilman Ford's discussion, this leads to another topic that we can talk about the other night, but there's other cities that have taken the same exact issue that Councilman Ford just brought up and turned it into a positive. I think we have a great opportunity for that. Just one way, and I'm not saying this is the only company that does this, I just know of lots of successful stories. Streetlight data looks at exactly what Councilman Ford just said. It takes a look at where folks are coming from, where they're going to, and it really highlights the amount of eyeballs that drive by a certain location, which could generate retail traffic. City of Oakland has a great success story out of that same type of idea. I'm not suggesting we go down this path right now, but I fully agree with Councilman Ford. I think there's even more to it than what, I think he was high leveling that. And so that's for an additional topic, but there's even more to some of the challenges we're going to have in terms of state highways and the Interstate 270. Things such as hazmat routing that no one considers is why 270 is as crappy as it is. There's no other route for hazmat trucks to take in the metro. You have to take 270. So yeah, every single truck that has a placard on it takes 270 in the metro. And that's not changing because Denver doesn't want it to. So there are going to be impacts that we have to consider that as Councilman Ford called out that aren't generated within our own boundaries, but are definitely impacting our roads. And so I would like to see us try to utilize something like, I'm not saying picking a contract winner right now, but something like streetlight data. NREX uses the same, it's scrubbed cell phone data. We might not know that, but every company is using our cell phone data, or a lot of major transportation companies are using our cell phone data every day to judge socioeconomics, to judge where you're starting, where you're going. They can tell you how many people go to our rec center straight from work or if they're coming from home. They can tell you how many percentage of people go to our rec center that are stay-at-home moms. They have a ton of data like that that could help us sell our city better, and that might be one of the things to address what Councilman Ford's talking about.
Two items for your consideration. It's been good discussion with a lot of valid points made. One item in favor of raising impact fees is that it would shift costs out of metro districts and out of the city's general fund budget to these impact fees funding those improvements. Now, on the flip side, this would be an argument against raising impact fees. You mentioned commercial and the impact on commercial, but keep in mind that of the sales and use tax that's generated, which is in that 75 to 80% of the city's budget, 85% of that comes from businesses, not from retail. So it's business to business type of sales that and the equipment they purchase that is generating the bulk of that sales and use tax. So that would be an argument against raising impact fees on industrial as well, because that's where the bulk of that revenue comes from. So again, pros and cons. You could argue that both ways. Again, impact fees, it's less of an impact than on the metro districts and less reliance on metro districts. So again, good and bad. So just offer that for your consideration as well.
Yeah, I was just going to ask where everyone's at because, I've heard a lot of good discussion and, but I haven't heard, many positions. And I think we have to make a choice at the end of the day. And we know that we can't keep the impact fees what they are because they're severely, lacking where they need to be. We got to look at the alternative. I think city manager touched on it a little bit, but the other part is if we're not charging impact fees, how are we going to build the roads? All this costs money. And right now, the majority of our revenue comes from business, and majority of that business is, 96 and south. So essentially you got, half of the city that's subsidizing the development on the north side where you got to build these roads. We just approved 30-something million in projects, and what percentage of that is up north, and where's the revenue coming from? So I know it's tough, but it's something we got to do, right? Because this isn't sustainable the way that it's going, and I hear the commercial development argument, but at the same time, the fees have been as low as they were, and it still wasn't driving that. So it's more than just the fees. And I think it's more of the fact that if you build it, they will come, because it's not just the roads. You know, there's the drainage that's going to come up. There's the utilities that have to be brought in, and then there's just, you know, so much more that goes into the commercial development. You know, like I always tell people that, to put it into perspective, I'm closer to Cherry Creek Mall from my house than I am to the King Soopers in Reunion. So you can't count that whole demographic down south as being part of the base that's going to go to these commercial developments up north, because it's closer to access other types of commercial development elsewhere. You know, we also got neighbors that, you know, they knew what they were doing, building their commercial developments right on our borders. And so that really hurts us. But, you know, we got to look at it from the fact that if we do want to get that, you're going to have to build the infrastructure, and you're going to have to pay for the infrastructure. And, you know, so we're going to have to come up with that from somewhere. And the impact fees is a start. There's no way you can not raise them for 20 years with, you know, inflation has gone just over the last year or two, let alone 20. So we have to do something. And, you know, I'm kind of in the option 2 camp, where, you know, incentivize commercial development, but we still need those impact fees, or to do something in lieu of, because everyone complains about traffic up north. They can complain about how bad the roads are, and that money has to come from somewhere.
Councilmember Noble.
I agree with you, Mayor Huseman. So it looks like option 3 then, since I can't get an option 4. So I'll go with option 3 because of the impact on commercial. We can always revisit that. Let's get the other ones rolling and then revisit the other. And I have a question for staff. When you hear us have a discussion like this, how do you decide what your takeaway is for bringing back an ordinance or whatever is required for this? How do you decide what we've said?
It's an informal counting of noses, so to speak, but I'm going to come back to you with a proposal later, and it'll be a different discussion, and that is, you know, there's been requests for notes from the meetings, but then that gets us dangerously close to minutes, and it's not a formal meeting, and so we've had many discussions with the city attorney's office about that. So it gets to a point where we really just need to have meetings, do a study session type of presentation, but then have a vote to give us official direction. But we can hash that all out in a separate meeting, separate presentation. But it gets, otherwise, yeah, we're just trying to figure out, okay, looks like we got a consensus of at least this many people to go in a certain direction.
Okay, and by the way, thank you for the 3 months worth of notes and summaries that we got this week. I appreciate that, or in the last week. Anyway, so I'm leaning towards option 3 because of the commercial impacts, and I'd rather phase in commercial and get started with residential and industrial at this point.
I'm going to sidebar for 1 second to that last comment. I mean, we're running special meetings every month almost anyway in order to take care of this item or that item, so might as well just make them all meetings and continue to have the study session thing. The office and industrial, can those be split?
I'd have to rely on MBI's methodology of how they looked at it. I think it's tied to ITE. but I could be wrong. Jen?
I mean, I get that a lot of offices out of industrial buildings, you know, and that nature, but we do have one office park. Wouldn't it be nice to have another office park? And I don't see how that's truly industrial.
Yeah, I will have to rely on our consultant to see whether or not, based on their methodological approach, if that is warranted or not.
Mr. Soderlin?
Yes, Mayor, we could split out office versus industrial. Office is a separate land use in the ITE code.
All right, so for the time being, my preference would be no commercial, no office, but I'm on the industrial and the single family and the multifamily homes. Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Huseman. So I would definitely agree with you on that. I was going to ask the same question about office and industrial, so you asked it, and I think that's great. I initially thought that we should have impact fees across the board and use it as a negotiating tool to bring in commercial. However, after getting the information tonight, then that made me change my mind to option 3. So that's what I'd like to go with.
Councilmember Hurst. Did you have something, Mr. Rogers?
After everybody's done, sir, because there's part 2 to the request for the ordinance.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, mine's kind of tangential to that too. So my biggest concern about the industrial office space is similar to what y'all are talking about, but we're watching primary employers come in at our border every day. Honestly, we just saw Microsoft come in with the $68 million land purchase to invest another $250 million in the next 5 years. And so that's about as close to Commerce City as you can get. And then the expansion at the airport, if you pay attention to what's going on there with the new Colorado Rail Park and all the interchanges, the 5 interchanges that are being built in the first 9 miles as you get past Airport Boulevard. Everything's being built just outside of our borders. And so, again, want to have this council just consider if we're ready to make incentives for if we get those opportunities. I think Aurora and Adams County and North Arapahoe County are about to be full. And so they're going to have no choice but to knock on our door soon. And quite honestly, it's going to depend on what the market says, because if the market starts going in any different direction than up, we're going to get passed by again like we always do.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I agree with what you had said also, Mayor, with the option, 3.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
I think everything that's been brought out tonight is very valid. I do think we need to do something. We got to do something or get off the pot. And sitting here on our hands is not going to accomplish anything. Whether it's something that we can all agree on or not may be a different story, but I feel like we do need to move forward and try to get something in place.
Councilmember Grimes.
I think I would lean towards option 2 if I have to choose one this evening.
Councilmember Ford.
I'm torn between 2 and 3, and I'll tell you, if you over-impact industrial residential, it's also going to have the same net ripple effect on your commercial. You can't impact one variety of these developments without impacting all of them at some point. If I had to pick one, it would be 3, but I still think that we're going to have a negative impact on commercial development.
Well, I think anything we do is going to have a negative impact. It's just a matter of minimizing what that negative impact is. Councilmember Dare.
Yeah, I'm option 2, the 50%.
Anybody keeping track?
Right now, I have it's still leaning towards option 3 with industrial and office and commercial being at the existing fee, based on what I'm hearing in the room.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Rogers?
So in addition to adopting a modification of option 3, there's also the suggestion by staff of an escalator every 2 years. As I noted, you typically want to update your impact fees on a more regular basis, 5 to 7 years, because anything after that, it becomes stale. So what we've also proposed is a reevaluation overall at a 5-year period, but an escalator of that fee to help us bridge that gap every 2 years within that time frame. So that once again, we're trying to minimize that as much as possible. So that's also on the table for your consideration is, do you want an escalator? Yes or no? And are you in agreement with reassessing every 5 years the impact fee study?
Would that annual incremental increase be tied to the CPI?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that makes the most sense. Tie the annuals to CPI and come back in 5 years and see whether or not you're keeping track or if you need to do different. Anybody disagree with that? Perfect. Okay, next question. Do we need to see the drainage fee study?
Brent, correct me if I'm wrong, the only thing that's very different, or the only thing that's different between that are just the numbers, but the same approach?
Yes, the same approach. I think I'd like to share the option 3 slide from the drainage impact fee presentation. The commercial fee the commercial development has a lot less lower effect than the traffic impact fee does. So if I could share that, then I think I could explain
Okay.
that difference.
Let's do that.
And while he's doing that, before I catch you, before you walk out, Mayor, I'll catch you when you walk back in. Just so that you all are aware, we do have the ordinances for these 2 matters tentatively on the agenda for this coming Monday.
So I'll just start if that's okay, Mayor. So we only really had 2 options for the drainage impact fee, and the first option was the adoption of the entire fee. But you can see that the commercial fee, if you were to eliminate the entire commercial fee, you would only lose $28 million out of the $308 million that we need. And that's just because the drainage fee is really based on the impervious area that a development has. And because there's only 956 acres of commercial left to develop, if you eliminated the commercial fee, your shortfall wouldn't be near as high as we showed in the road impact fee.
What slide number are you on?
I'm on slide 21, Councilwoman Noble.
Do you have a slide that shows what the current is, as well as the increases?
Yeah, so this slide shows the existing drainage impact fees and the proposed impact fees for each basin.
I have a question about one of the basins when I was looking at the entire presentation, and that was one you called Mall Reservoir, which is the wetlands and the plume that the federal government representative described to us last year that was still having issues with contamination. And I was concerned about that particular location, which is east of Eagle Point, on the east side of the wetlands, and very close to where a big housing project is going in. That one, yep, that one right there.
Yeah, so I do know that the Mall Reservoir has always been included in the master plan development, and it's needed because of all the upstream development that's occurring on First Creek in Denver. So we need to be able to knock that peak flow down. I'm not quite sure I can address your concerns about the groundwater plume, but I do know that 236 acre feet of detention is needed to reduce the peak flows.
And when you call it a reservoir, are you actually turning it into a reservoir, or will it be typically a dry drainage pond?
Yeah, so typically it would be a dry detention pond. I guess I don't have the history on why it's called the Mall Reservoir, but it would just be a dry regional detention pond most of the time.
Okay, and the second question is, I met with a developer recently who said that they were considering turning a detention pond that they think they will probably have to do into a park, and that the water would be under, any water would be under a park. What is it in Commerce City that is preventing us from doing that for all of our detention ponds?
I guess I may need some help from other staff, but it's probably the way our land development code is written for the parks developments.
Yeah, because there is one just a half a block away from me behind Landmark Academy. It's huge. It's huge, and it's a big field that has to be mowed with weeds. And it could easily have been a park. So the fact that this developer raised the issue and said that they were actually volunteering, it wasn't something I came up with on my own. I didn't even realize you could until he mentioned it.
For clarification, was the developer putting a lid over the detention pond so that it was under a surface?
Well, apparently they do this regularly in Denver. So I'm not certain how the process works since we don't do it here in Commerce City. But it does create, the end result is a park. So that it's not just empty detention area that is unusable.
We have seen designs for basically underground storage, stormwater detention, but that's pretty expensive compared to basically an open-air detention pond that is typically designed. So it depends on the circumstances as to, and the site, quite honestly, as to whether that's feasible or not. Did you have anything?
Well, if we
to
were
add?
combining it with a park, we would be killing two birds with one stone, if you will. I shouldn't talk that way about birds, but
Well, we've done that in the historic part of the city where the detention pond is a park, and it wasn't until Pioneer Park was built that,
Right.
it wasn't no
Or even
longer
do
a
that.
detention pond, so.
right, it would make more sense if we were approaching it that way. And I would like to know, while we're having this conversation, how we could accomplish that for all detention ponds, that they were usable.
Double the impact fee.
Yeah, it's far more expensive to put a lid over them. Jason, did you have anything to add?
Fairfax
or-
Park is a detention pond.
Mr. Soderlin would like to weigh in.
Yes, so our consultant just texted me and she said that she could shed some light on that on that question, but she needs to be brought over. It's Jessie Noley.
And I would say while that's happening, we actually do have a representative example. within the Mile High Greyhound Park, the most recently built Central Park that you'll find is a balance between a detention basin, but also a usable park. So it's incorporated both aspects into being able to meet the regulatory requirement, but also a design aesthetic for the residents of that neighborhood. So it's probably worth for council, if interested, just to kind of drive by and see, because it is in. So just great. It's just another good example.
Okay, so it's not anything we have to change in the building code, it's just desire, if you will.
Creative ingenuity and desire with the developer at hand, willing to take on that task. Like I said, there is a cost associated with it, and other aspects that I can't speak to at it right now, but yeah, it's part of that. As far as, is there a willingness, is it within their budget? Is it going to be able to function as it needs? Are there other permit requirements outside of the city that they would have to run the table on in being able to get approved? And once again, the time, money, value aspect comes into play for them, so.
Well, if it's being done in an urban renewal area, which is Greyhound Park, which would make one believe that it is possible. So let's think about the possibilities.
Councilmember Ford.
I just wanted to maybe help fill a gap on some of the parks. Growing up in Commerce City, every park was a detention pond, every one that we knew. Los Valentes up in Derby is a detention pond. Monaco Park, Fairfax Park. The downside is when you have school-age kids that the place that they get to play baseball through the rec center leagues is in a detention pond. In the spring it rains, and usually Fairfax Park ends up with 8 feet of water for most of the spring. What we did find is you have to redo the parks every time they flood, and they're intended to flood. So you end up with a lot of damage. And if you have a developer building parks in a detention pond, and they turn that over to us, and you get one of your 100-year floods or whatever you want to call it, where it washes most of that park away, then the city's on the hook to fix that detention pond park. So the first park that was not a detention pond of any size was Pioneer Park. And so we've tried to balance out not having all of our parks in detention ponds, because when it rains, all your detention ponds have the same impact. So then you have no usable parks. So you have to have some that are non-detention pond. I think my recommendation is, if we were going to have, and I like the fact that you can have park space in detention ponds, but I would be very careful about the infrastructure that we put within those parks. If you're talking about baseball fields and backstops and that kind of stuff, I think you have a higher risk of impact. And if it's just grass and open space and more open park play space, then not as much impact. But it's the infrastructure, I think, that you have to be cautious of placing expensive playground equipment in a detention pond, because you can float away $100,000 pretty quick. That's all I have.
So if I may, and we can have staff evaluate enhanced aesthetics to our drainage ponds. But I guess my question back to the council, relating back to the drainage impact fee, based on the numbers that you see in the presentation, based on the discussion we just previously had for road impact fees, where do you all come down as it relates to this?
I think in this one, my point of view kind of changes a little bit, although I don't want to slap them with a fee. I look at a large parking lot, does not absorb water, and it just passes it on to the detention area. I think there are some environmental designs that could be a requirement inside parking lots that kind of create miniature detention areas. I've seen that employed before. I actually went to a training course where they educated us on that. And I think things like that could help us to reduce the need for as much detention. But a large-scale parking lot similar to what we see outside of a large grocery store or a large box store is going to not absorb water and therefore kick the need for a detention pond significantly higher than a residential home is going to. And that home is going to have a front yard and a backyard, and it's going to be manicured, and it's going to be able to absorb water. And I think you may legally now be able to put a rain bucket out there. You couldn't do that several years ago in Colorado, but I think you can now. So my thinking on this actually reverses to the point where I don't see as much of a need for the residential piece as I do for the commercial piece. But again, I don't want to drive the chances of commercial away, but I see it as an opposite. Industrial, I think, is still there 100% because, you know, you have that large truck ramp and that kind of stuff, and that water has to go somewhere. But whenever it comes to residential, I don't see them as the biggest need. Yes, sir.
When it comes to the drainage, the last time we had some major flooding, I believe it was 2011, most of the impact was coming from Aurora and out by the airport because of the way the flows go north to northwest through Commerce City. So development that's out there on the northern end of our community is going to impact communities to the north and west, not us. So they have a big parking lot, and they're on the north side of our community, not so big of an impact. It's the big parking lots in Aurora and at the airport that drive the floodwaters down through Second Creek, First Creek, Third Creek. And so our impacts were really major impacts coming from development outside of our community, but we have to deal with their stormwater, and someone downstream has to deal with our stormwater. So I think it's more about what's outside of our jurisdiction to the southeast that's going to have the major impact on our community, rather than it will be big parking lots in Commerce City. It's big parking lots we have no control over. And so how you balance that fee, I think you have to think about that piece of it. It's transient water that's coming from off the arsenal, through the arsenal from Aurora and DIA.
Councilmember Dara.
Yeah, you know, this one, the numbers aren't quite as big, so I'm still kind of in that option to, you know, do the 50% reduction to try to keep fees down for commercial, but, you know, still try to recuperate some, because I think, you know, the mayor's right in that most people that do develop commercial are going to they're going to build some type of, you know, stormwater detention or runoff because they don't want that damaging their building. So, you know, this one, we can charge the impact fees or have them, you know, take care of it on their own. But, yeah, I'm kind of in that option 2 bucket still.
Just one thing for you, man, and I hear you on the comments about the residential, and you are correct. The implementation of green infrastructure to address non-point source pollution runoff is obviously a growing trend in the Front Range. It's not been applied on a development-wide, I'll call it concept or plan. We've seen it more in compact, attainable areas and being able to quantify that. So, you know, there's a lot of that occurs in the Denver urban core because of the concrete jungle that's just created. So they've had to identify opportunities for that, or like what you're finding in our Central Park for Mahi Greyhound Park, where we've incorporated green infrastructure to help mitigate some of that non-point source pollution. That being said, when you're thinking about it on the larger scale where we're growing more horizontally, not vertically. And as you can see the numbers on the screen, they were on the screen, residential still represents 60% of the landmass area to be built out in Commerce City. So reducing that with the impetus of moving to that next stage of our maturation as a community with green infrastructure, that may be too soon in taking that step. I agree with you, ultimately we'll get there, but with where we stand today and wanting to, once again, encourage, promote, and ensure that it can be delivered on a large scale that's not cost prohibitive for the developer and ultimately for those who will be responsible for it after the fact, whether it's the city or the Metro District or an HOA, I would say staff would recommend to keep the residential at its current state while we evaluate how to leverage some of these trends on a much more successful scale for the type of development that we see. Just wanted to put that out there for you, Mayor and Council.
And what option is that?
The full fee for the residential. So keeping it as is, understanding the 50% for the commercial is what I'm hearing right now, just from the general conversation, and keeping the industrial at 100%. So 100, 150, unless you wanted to also split the office and industrial like previously.
I think where I'm getting confused is you're throwing out the term keeping it where it's at, which is not what we want to have happen. We're not trying to keep it where it currently is at. You're saying keep it where the presentation has it.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, no, thank you. Okay, so staff's recommendation is 100% increase on the residential, 50% commercial increase, and 100% industrial increase. Does anybody on council deviate from that? Yes, sir.
Do you also want to separate office and industrial out, like you previously did with road impact fee?
So staff's recommendation modified is going to be 100% increase for the residential as stated in the presentation, 50% for office, 50% for commercial, and 100% for industrial. Does anybody on council wish to deviate from that recommendation? I don't see anybody wishing to deviate from that recommendation, so that'll be what we go with.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, before we move into our last presentation of the evening, this is actually going to be our city engineer, Brent Soderlund's last meeting, so would like to thank him for all his service to the city, for all the work in this and many other endeavors, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've had hopefully we've accomplished a lot in the 3 years I've been here, but I do appreciate that. Thank you.
And you've left us before, right?
I have left you before, yes.
And you came back, right?
I did come back, yes.
So we'll see you in a couple of years?
I'll keep my options open.
Yeah, that's always the best thing. You know, I'm always reminded by the saying that the grass is always greener on the other side because there's more manure over there. All right, last presentation of the evening. Oakwood's vision for reunion and proposed town hall discussion. We'll invite Jason Rogers, Deputy City Manager of External Services, to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. City of Commerce City and Oakwood, Shea before it, have formed a strategic relationship in the delivery of reunion, which serves as what I like to call an image maker for the city, and is also critical to distinguishing our northern range as a distinct economic market. The relationship has been imperfect at times, and we've had our fair share of successes. We've also had our fair share of misses. However, given the critical juncture of our city and the development environment in which we find ourselves, it's important that the relationship be redefined to meet the emerging and evolving expectations, whether that is us as an organization, the community, and for those who live, work, and play within this community. So tonight, the purpose of this discussion is for Oakwood to better understand council's expectation around this strategic relationship today and how it goes forward, to express its vision and desired outcome for reunion in Reunion Center, to talk about the perspective, idea, around the Sports Authority, and ultimately as well to receive any feedback that the council may have on information to be shared in advance of the April 20th town hall. So with that, I invite Jim Hayes, Vice President of Land Acquisition and Entitlements for Oakwood Homes, to make a presentation.
Jim Hayes, Vice President of Land Acquisition and Entitlement for Oakwood. Appreciate you allowing us to come and present tonight. We know this is normally reserved for staff and other agencies, so I'll take my seat and go through the presentation. So, thank you. There we go. Brings back memories, sitting over here. Appreciate this. Let me go ahead and just run through a couple things. Before we dive into the agenda I prepared, I wanted to provide an overview of our approach to the town hall, which we've scheduled for April 20th. We do have the event planned at the Bison Ridge Rec Center from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. We're intending on having a room set up, no later than 5. Roughly 5:30, we're planning an open house. 6:30, we're actually going to do a formal presentation. And then around 7:30, our intent was to have response to written questions that would be provided either in advance or at the meeting. We would take additional questions. And then at 8 p.m., we would continue the open house, kind of following the Q&A, and then do a room tear down around 8:30. As you'll see tonight, we're going to incorporate several of the slides that we have tonight into boards for the open house. And then we're going to shorten up this presentation quite a bit to allow for more time for Q&A with the community. We think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for individuals that have interest on specific boards or specific topics to go around to the various stations and have their questions asked more informally, rather than having to stand up in front of the room and so forth. I guess I'm ready for the presentation to show. I've got it on my screen. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we've got a pretty robust agenda that you saw in your packet. We're anticipating we have several breaks for questions.
No one can
I know
hear
you don't
you.
want to hear from me for hours on end. Want
No
this to
one
be a
can
real
hear
interactive
him
dialogue between Oakwood,
YouTube or on the
as well as the
channel
city
or
council and the staff.
We don't have
And-
audio. There's no audio being broadcast.
Keep talking? Okay. Really, so we can tailor our messaging next week. Make sure we are in alignment. So again, we want to walk through a reunion history, just briefly, go over metropolitan districts. We know there'll be a break for questions at that point. And then also walk through our village plans, some of our plans for the build-out of Reunion, as well as we know them right now. Anticipate there'll be another break for some questions there before we get into Reunion Center. We know that's a heavy topic that we all want to dive into tonight. So go through some commercial property demands, some capital improvement maps, other zoning that we have in place out there. Then get into regional infrastructure projects, both completed and in the future. School locations, another quick break for some questions, and then we've got home collections by builders, talking about some pricing and some visuals and so forth that we put together. So again, here's a history of Reunion, if you will. A lot of this is pulled from a website that we stood up several weeks ago called reunionneighborhood.com. So I won't belabor the topics on here in too much detail, but Essentially, Reunion started right around the time that the Buffalo Run Golf Course was dedicated by a combination of Fullenwider and Watterson and Fair, basically north and south of 112. And then Fullenwider proceeded to work on annexation of the property known as Buffalo Hills Ranch into Commerce City. And Shea initiated the master planning and the master development around 2000, which culminated with the execution of the master development agreement, which has been the subject of a lot of discussion in the last several months. There were 4 amendments completed to the Reunion PUD through 2017. The Parade of Homes hit Commerce City in 2006, right south of the golf course, now known as the Gallery. And the King Soopers Marketplace opened roughly 2012. Hard to believe that's been 10 years since that opened. And really, we took over in August of 2017 as the master developer, really taking over the option agreement from Shea, and then partnership still with the Fullenwider family. Since we took over, we continue to develop what I would call the Reunion core communities, which I will point out on the map here in a little bit. We really spent about 18 months then initiating a PUD zone document amendment to really amend the ideas around the current market for cluster homes and other types of mixed-use development. We also initiated monthly meetings with the city staff, which are ongoing. A couple highlights here. We had a great partnership with local nonprofit Community Uplift Partnership to convert the old Shea Sales Center into the Reunion Coffee House. We actually got HBA Amenity of the Year in 2019. We did have an open house similar to what we're going to do next week regarding the PUD at Bison Ridge. My colleagues Jeff Mark and Kelly assisted with that and put that together. We had about 60 people that showed up at that meeting. And then throughout early 2019, we had the PUD amendment completed with City Council and the Planning Commission. I think it's important that we point out August 5th and the 16th and 19th of that month were really important dates in terms of talking about completing the Reunion community's bold vision. And there's a lot of things that were talked about at that time. I think we can all go back and reference the video. But in general, the whole point of that was 2 things. The creation of 16 new metro districts, which would have the opportunity to help with the funding of infrastructure throughout the build-out of Reunion, as well as a partnership with the city regarding Reunion Center. There's a few highlights on here that we'll get into when we talk about Reunion Center, including a land exchange, approval of a metro district, a sports authority agreement, partnerships with other operators, so really a public-private partnership, if you will, and the idea that it would be based on revenue bonds rather than mill levies that would be impacting existing or future residents. And the idea is that that district would have the ability to design, build, operate, maintain, and have finance functions over that. Just a few other quick highlights. These core communities I referenced, these numbers probably don't mean much to you, but essentially 34, 35, and 36 are kind of south of 104th, west of Tower. The other communities are to the north around Reunion Park. 26 and 27 is where Tri Point is right now for reference. They're finishing out some of the homes which will frame out the park there. Part of our rationale in focusing on that area was to really finish up construction as soon as possible around where the existing residents lived and kind of move on to the other villages as quickly as possible. As we all know, there were impacts to all of our lives with COVID-19 literally 2 years ago. So I'm not going to belabor that here, but I think it did have an impact on commercial real estate markets, residential development, which impacted, of course, supply chains. We're seeing pretty rampant inflation around the country right now as well. There were a couple additional highlights that we had in 2021. We provided some list of regional infrastructure projects, which I'm going to reference later tonight, that I knew the city used as part of their NIGID ballot measure, which unfortunately was not successful. And then we had a lot of discussion regarding the Consolidated Development Agreement, again, that was reaching its 20-year expiration date at the end of last year. A lot of short-term extension discussions, but that agreement was, did expire. In preparing for tonight, I was looking up at the council goals, and I'm not going to read all this to you, but I just want to say that I believe we really are aligned with what the city council's goals are for the community, for Northern Range, and for Reunion. We really are trying to provide a balance of housing types. We think that we can leverage metro districts to provide those efficient levels of service. The public and private infrastructure does need to be developed, maintained. We are all concerned about community appearance in the community. It's important to have resident health, safety, welfare, and education, providing those recreational opportunities, investing in things like the Stead School, and supporting other nonprofits in the area. Again, which lines out with community involvement and trust with a lot of events that we have, investment in the community, and general transparency in everything that we're doing. Just a few highlights, again, of the history, and then I'm going to get into some maps here. I've got some aerial photos of residential and commercial development over time. One of the things that we're going to be doing at the town hall is we're going to enhance these with some yellow for residential and some red for the commercial development, have this kind of on a rolling animation during the open house. I think it'll give a real interesting perspective of the 30 years of development up in that part of the community. A few of these highlights again, the original PUD had about 15,000 homes that were planned, and our PUD amendment really reduced this back down to around 10 to 11,000 homes. We have about 2,500 acres still left to develop, about 1,900 residential, commercial mixed use around 600. The first Reunion home actually didn't close till 2003, and we're only about 35% built out as of now. So Northern Range roughly has 35 to 40,000 residents. About, I would say, 20 to 30% of those are in Reunion. We think build out will take another 12 to 20 years, depending on the market conditions that we experience. And we know we'll have another reset of some sort. Hopefully, it just won't be as deep as 2008. So I'll just click through these quickly. I think this is interesting. You can see this is even before Buffalo Run was opened in 1993. Some of the development out there, really non-existent. The red line is the Reunion PUD. Buffalo Run, again, opened by now in 1999. You start to see some of the new developments coming in, first phases of Turnberry, Buffalo Run East. This was in 2005 is when Shea really took off. You can really see the development of the community, the core park, the South Lawn area, and really how much investment they had made in just a very short period of time. That development continued. You can see a lot of other subdivisions started to fill in around the community. This one is interesting. You'll notice there's some improvements over near Reunion Center at this point. This was actually for the Walmart that was supposed to be going in right there on the northwest corner of 104th and 470. As you all know, they decided not to build that very soon after the King Soopers deal was announced. And they still own that property today. 2012, you can see the additional developments have kind of filled in. And then by 2017, a lot of the areas around the Central Park had filled in up near 112th, that was referenced earlier tonight. 2019, we started initiating some of our developments around the golf course. You can see there's some grading activity going on there. And then there are some streets kind of ghosted in by 2021. And we had broken ground in the southwest portion of the community in Reunion Ridge. So this is an overall map of Reunion right now in terms of the existing platted home sites. Every color represents a different type of density or different type of product that is being developed. You can see in the north side, we've got 3 different products around the golf course. Around the Second Creek open space west of Chambers, there's a traditional neighborhood up near 112th. There's an active adult community plan on the south side of the creek. The Reunion Ridge area, The first filing included about 500 homes, 3 different builders. We have some higher density on 104th. And then we're showing some concepts south of Reunion Ridgeway that are lotted out now, currently in process with the city. The rest of the areas are really shown as, I would say, bubble diagrams or bubble areas of types of densities or land uses. So yellow is generally residential. The green is open space or public use. The red is commercial. I'm showing the red south of 104th, which is actually under the jurisdiction and ownership of Shea at this point still, but it is part of the Reunion PUD. And then the mix of land uses that are shown in Reunion Center, which I'll dive into. Again, yellow being lower density residential, orange being mixed use or higher density residential, and then the purple, like business park or mixed use type of use. So I'm going to touch on Metro District, just a few slides on this, and I'll stop for some questions, because I'm sure you're going to have questions about Metro Districts tonight. This is the current structure that was in place when we took over from Shea in 2017. So there's the Reunion Metro District, which currently has Oakwood and Shea board members on it. Each one of these boards has 5 people. North Range District 1 and 2 are homeowner-controlled boards. They reflect really the oldest districts in Reunion. And each of these sub-districts has a contractual obligation to pledge their mill levy and property tax revenue to the Reunion Metro District to pay down bonds that were used to fund regional infrastructure projects. And again, this is about a 20-year-old structure. I can tell you that, again, Kelly Lead is the president of the Reunion Metro District. I sit on the North Range 3 board, which is currently controlled by Oakwood. That issued bonds in 2020 would be eligible for refinancing in 2025. We expect residents would start serving on that board as early as 2023. The Reunion Metro District, I can tell you, is evaluating an opportunity right now to refinance or refund the 2016 and 2017 bonds to continue building out the community. And we're evaluating with Piper Sandler, the financing underwriters, if we could possibly do a mill levy reduction or some kind of further equalization of the mill levies among the districts. Right now, they have an equal mill levy across all 5 districts, and so we do need to keep that, but we believe with the increase in assessed value, we're trying to identify which projects still need to be completed and see if we can possibly reduce those mill levies in the short order. 4 and 5 are largely non-residential uses, and those are controlled by Shea at this point. I want to show this diagram, which really summarizes all of the mill levies. I use 1, 2, and 3 as the same to show that there's a debt mill levy and an operating mill levy. Again, the debt is going to pay down bonds that have been issued previously by either the sub-districts or Reunion Metro District. The operating mill goes to maintain things like the rec center, the South Lawn Pool, landscaping, irrigation, et cetera, throughout the community. And you can see here there's a total mill levy up there of 209.877. This is what is known as being Gallagherized, if you will. And so I know that the city finance team and Mr. Tinkelberg can discuss that in more detail than I can probably, but essentially it's to balance out that differential in residential and commercial assessment rate that changes frequently here in the state of Colorado. And so they are increased frequently over time. Down below, you can see that if you have a home value $100,000 up to $600,000, what that rate would be based on the assessment rate, the assessed value, the mill levy, and then the actual annual property taxes. So very simply, you can look at a $1,500 tax bill per $100,000 in value, or 1.5%. This is a map of the existing districts. Again, this is in your packet, so if you have any questions, we can talk about it. The new District 3 is shown in the purple. The oldest district is shown in essentially the lime green, and then District 2 is shown in the pink. There are some sub-districts that were created, and so I don't want to confuse the issue there, but that's for different types of density of product where they may have a differential on their operating fees and so forth such as our cluster product where we plow the snow in the courtyard and things like that. But in general, it's the lime green is District 1, the pink is District 2, and the purple is District 3. Last slide, then I'll stop for questions. So this map or diagram shows the districts that were created and approved by the City Council in 2019. There are 4 districts for Reunion Ridge, 5 for Reunion Village, also known as Village 8, 5 for Reunion Center. We also have the Reunion Sports, Entertainment, and Cultural Metro District, and the Reunion Natural Resources District. You'll notice on here there is no parent district. We are still looking at how we can evaluate this structure before we activate any of these districts, before we issue any debt for these improvements, or before we assign any mill levy. We understand in talking to brokers that commercial development does not want to pay a high mill levy in order to come into the community. So we are not even considering imposing that 88 mills on those commercial properties. We want to do other structures such as system development fees, building into the price of the land to help pay for that infrastructure. We also believe that the active adult community probably has a higher level of maintenance that would be required than maybe some of the other traditional neighborhoods. They would have a different mill levy moving forward. The last thing I want to mention too is that you'll notice the Reunion Sports Authority is noted on here. This was a authority agreement that was actually required by the City Council before we could enact the sports district. And that was one of the items we were working on with Mr. Sheasley back in 2020, which would actually have Oakwood as well as the City of Commerce City serving on that board for joint decision making. And then the Reunion Natural Resources District is actually on one small piece of property down in the southwest corner of Reunion Ridge, which if in the event that Extraction or Civitas moves forward with their oil and gas exploration down there, we have an agreement with them where we could put 50 mills on that property for all of the infrastructure that they'd be putting into that site, which then could be further leveraged for infrastructure throughout all of Reunion. So with that, I'll stop right now because I know that's a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Appreciate you being here and going over those slides. Does anybody on council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes, for the first portion of this presentation. I have a couple of questions. Two of the slides talk about meeting with city leadership monthly. Who participates in those meetings when you refer to city leadership? Who is that?
Yes, thank you. Typically, it's Mr. Rogers or the deputy city manager in place at the time, and all of the department heads, and sometimes that next level of leadership, such as Mr. Soderlin, a city engineer, Paul Hebing from the golf course sometimes would attend, economic development, parks, planning, public works.
So no city council members attend the monthly meeting?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I can't recall a time we've had council members attend that.
In 2020, you had individual meetings with city council members for updates, November and December of 2020. Do you recall who you met with for those individual meetings?
Yes, Mr. Lead and I met with all 9 of the sitting council members individually.
When you talk about the metro districts, could you explain the relationship between the metro districts and Reunion Metro District, and the relationship with the debt that each metro district North Range Village or North Range metro districts, each of those 5, explain their debt, their relationship to each other on that debt, and then the relationship to Reunion Metro District?
In general terms, yes. I don't have exact dollar amounts in front of me, but I can reference that North Range Metro District 1 had some bonds in 2011, and those were essentially refinanced in 2016 by Shea, and it's actually a bank note, so it's not a bond. And I do know the rate on that is actually 3%, so it'd be unlikely that we'd be able to get any kind of new bond issuance there that would be at a lower rate. However, there's been immense assessed value increases since 2016, so there may be an opportunity there to still reduce the mill levy without even with a higher rate, if the district board chose to do that. The North Range Metro District Number 2 issued their bonds in 2017. Those have a callable option in the end of this year. So there is an option to refinance those bonds or refund those bonds, as the technical term is.
Go ahead, finish your thought, but I want to interrupt when you're finished with that thought.
Okay. And again, those have an opportunity then similar to District 1. There are some public improvements still remaining in District 2 that we're evaluating. We referenced 112th Avenue earlier tonight. And so that is what makes it different from District 1 is that there's still some projects to be completed. And then District 3, those bonds were issued in 2020. Essentially, it was to build out a portion of 112th Avenue. That's a project we did with the city. Also, the public improvements we did down in Reunion Ridge, that was part of District 3. And there's 5 Oakwood members of that board right now, so we cannot refinance those until 2025.
What's the relationship between the debt? Are we all, I say we because I live in Reunion, are all districts responsible for all of the debt together?
So District 1, 2, and 3 have their own individual bond offerings, and they are responsible for those individually. But then collectively, they are responsible for pledging a portion of their mill levy to pay off the Reunion Metro District bonds, which were issued also in 2017. And so we have that refinance option in 2020. And so what we're trying to look at right now is there an option to take 1, 2, and the Reunion Metro District bonds and package those up so that we can try to reduce the mill levy for everybody.
Then what was the ballot issue for the Reunion Center Metropolitan District that has a repayment of over $1 billion?
Are you talking about 2019?
Mm-hmm. It was the Reunion Center Metropolitan District Number 3 debt, $170 million with a repayment cost of $1,394,307,500.
So when we came to the city council in 2019, we had to receive your approval to create service plans for each of the 16 districts that you see on the screen here. Part of that process then is that we go to district court and they authorize our service plans. Then we have an election, and that election is essentially twofold. It's to appoint the directors to the district, and then the second part is a debt authorization. And the debt authorization that we put into the service plan was to fund public improvements throughout Reunion. So I don't have the exact numbers of each one of these districts here, but nor am I a bond attorney or underwriter, but my experience with metro districts is that you typically put a very large amount into your initial service plan to give yourself maximum flexibility in issuing debt in the future. When you get to the point of actually issuing the debt, it must be based on the mill levy that you're able to charge and the assessed value that you have in that district. And you can do projections of that. Say you're going to build 1,000 homes at $500,000 or something, right? And you have an absorption schedule. But the bond underwriters will only be able to issue enough debt that is supported by the mill levy and the assessed value that is created in that district.
Okay, so who is responsible for the $1,391,000? The homeowners?
Whomever the property owners are that would be included in these districts. Right now, there are no private property owners included in these districts or businesses at this point.
No private property owners?
That's correct. They're director parcels.
So the directors are responsible for the 1.39 billion?
The assessed value of the property is responsible for repaying back the bonds. But the bonds have not been issued in any of these districts yet.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. When you were when you meet with the staff leadership, what is it you discuss during these meetings?
Well, it's a variety of things. We typically have an agenda that we jointly prepare. I would say the bulk of it recently has been about our entitlements and the process and ensuring that we're, putting appropriate discussion on the table about where we're at with comments from planning and public works. But we will talk about things such as STED school updates, Metro District regional projects that are being reviewed. We've talked about the par 3 golf course. We've talked about the development agreements. It's really topics that are important to both the city and to Oakwood on a monthly basis.
Is it also where you discuss the next several slides we're going to see as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You just mentioned entitlements. Could you explain what that is?
Yes. We got our PUD zone document in place right now. So we have all the zoning in place that we need for the property in Reunion for the full build out, at least as currently envisioned. So when I speak of entitlements, I'm talking about the subdivision process, where we go through a sketch plat process with the staff. Typically takes 8 to 12 weeks, kind of a preliminary review. Then we would come in with a final plat and a PUD permit. The PUD permit and plat have typically been administrative. We go through 3 or sometimes 4 rounds of review of referral agencies, planning, public works, fire, schools, et cetera. And then get to the end of that process, and as sometimes happens, it comes in front of you when we get to that final plat.
And originally there were 5 metro districts, is that correct?
That's correct. North Range Metro District 1 through 5.
And what was the reason for having to go to 16?
Well, I can tell you that 2 things. Number one, Shea retained 2 of the 5 districts as part of our agreement with them for their non-residential development. We believe that the current structure of the Reunion Metro District and the North Range 3 districts, I don't want to say is out of favor right now, but it was just an old structure 20 years ago. And that we know that the residents in the community are ultimately going to want to take over those metro districts, and 2 of the 3 have already been resident controlled now. Our thought process behind these new districts was to provide maximum flexibility with the final 70% of the build out of Reunion. It was not going to be feasible to just use those 3 districts going forward.
And then finally, I'd like to go back to that $1 billion. So eventually, it will be the property owners who purchase, correct? Who will be paying back that debt. Even though there aren't bonds right now, there will be bonds, and then there will be sales, and there will be mill levies, and those people will be the ones responsible for that $1 billion, correct?
That's correct. So the mill levy that would ultimately be included in the final underwriting for the bonds would be lined up with the existing or projected assessed value of the property, and that would be able then to identify how much could be charged, if you will, on property taxes and repaid over a period of time. And then essentially, just like a 30-year mortgage, you can borrow that money up front with a commitment to pay over time. And then the districts would use those dollars to fund development or pay as you go, rather than burdening existing residents with new infrastructure needs.
And then I find it interesting that you call a fracking well site a natural resource district. I think that's kind of clever. But you mentioned leveraging. So you're expecting to be able to drill that site, and then you're using the profits to leverage other projects. Is that correct?
No, let me clarify. So, so Full and Wider owns the property. Full and Wider owns the mineral rights underneath the property. They plugged and abandoned 4 wells throughout Reunion, and they consolidated their mineral site in the southwest corner of the community as far as away from residents as they could. They have a lease with Extraction, which is now Civitas Oil and Gas, and that entity would go and seek the appropriate permits and drill on that property. What we put in place with the agreement of Extraction as well as Full and Wider is a metro district that would have a 50 mill levy on it that would be then taxing the oil and gas operator and generating revenue that we could then issue bonds, and those bond dollars could then be used to build regional infrastructure throughout Reunion.
So Oakwood isn't sharing in any of the mineral rights opportunities?
No, we do not have any mineral rights in Reunion.
Is there any concern about it being so close to the Rocky Mountain Arsenal and the history of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal having earthquakes in the past?
I can say I don't have any concerns about that.
Thank you.
So I got a question on the structure, because you said that 2 of these metro districts are resident controlled now, but you also said that they are required to pledge all their mill levy to the parent metro district. So what exactly do they control?
So they control the bonds and the refinancing for their individual districts. In terms of what they control, I would say that is the limit of the control. The operating of the entire community is done by the Reunion Metro District in terms of running the recreation center, the pool, doing the landscape maintenance and so forth. And then Oakwood and Shea sit on the Reunion Metro District Board and make decisions regarding the Reunion Metro District bonds.
And why is the mill levy for the operating so high?
It's a great question. I don't have a comparison necessarily with other communities other than to say this is a highly amenitized master plan community. There's a very large central park. There's a complex irrigation system. There's a recreation center, an outdoor pool, two outdoor pools now. And there's a lot of common area landscaping. So that operating mill is essentially used to cover those operating costs throughout the entire district.
And that's not something that could be reduced if the operating, costs were passed down to the smaller metro districts?
Well, so the operating mill that we charge each one of those districts is the same. So I guess I'm not understanding your.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, 24 mills, that's 11% of people's total taxes, which is more than, city taxes is about on par with the county taxes. It's also more than, the fire department receiving, water and sanitation. So it's more than basically all the taxing districts except for the school district, the North Range, debt, mill levy, and the county. So that to me seems a little high for, operating costs. So I'm just kind of curious as, what goes in there, why that would be so high, because it seems like a lot, on the face of.
I understand your question. I guess I would say, number one, it was a decision that Shay made to set it up that way rather than have a whole bunch of individual HOAs. Right now, I believe the HOA fee is like $36 a month throughout the entire area of Reunion, which is pretty reasonable given the amenities that are out there. But I can absolutely provide the annual operating budget to the council through the staff here, so you can see exactly where those dollars go.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Do you have a mill levy limit on either debt or operating?
Yes, so back when these were formed, I believe it was 50 and 10 with a Gallagher adjustment, and so that's why we're at 63 and 24 now.
Do you have a mill levy limit on either debt or operations? Like you can't go above a particular amount? Do you have that in your service plan?
Yes, subject to a Gallagher adjustment, yes.
So you have a mill levy limit on debt and mill levy limit on operations?
Correct.
And what is that limit on those?
Currently, it's the numbers you see on the screen, the 63 and the 24.
So you can never, in the lifetime of Reunion, or before it's built out, you cannot go above 63.9 or 24.3?
Subject to the Gallagher adjustment, based on how the state of Colorado assesses residential property. Because that number fluctuates. Commercial property is assessed at a 29% rate. Currently, residential is 7.15.
Can you raise the mill levy, though? Can you raise the mill levy to 80 and 60?
I suppose theoretically, it could go up. Yes, I don't have that calculation in front of me, how the impact of the assessed value or the assessed rate would change that, though.
Well, I'm not referring to the assessed rate. I know the mill levies for the other communities in Ward 4, and Reunion is the highest by far. Second is Buffalo Highlands, which is, I think, around 70-something. Reunion totals at a little over 88. So I think the questions that Councilmember Madera was asking were actually very helpful. When you redid the PUDs, when you did the amendments, and you adjust the PUDs, as explained by your attorney at a recent hearing, include building code that is different than Commerce City's building code. Is that correct?
No, we follow the Commerce City building code.
You follow the Commerce City building code.
Correct.
And the PUD does not give you any latitude on the code then?
No, it does not.
Wow, that's interesting. I think she needs to know that. Thank you.
Let's take Gallagher out of the conversation since voters in Colorado repealed Gallagher a couple of years ago, and that's no longer an option to balance the 29% non-residential assessment rate with the residential assessment rate in order to maintain that 55-45 split that used to exist. Does the service plan for any of your metro districts allow for the mill levy to go any higher than it is? Or is that the maximum allowable in your service plan?
I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to reference the service plans.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other comments or questions before we move on to the rest of the presentation? Mr. Tinklenberg?
To clarify the earlier question and answer regarding staff meetings with, in this case, Oakwood, city staff meet with other developers as well. They're intended as problem-solving type of meetings. So I just want to make that clear that the reason for these meetings is to try to problem solve, sometimes reactively, but also proactively, so that the work can continue without it being unnecessarily held up. So just want to clarify that.
Any other comments or questions before we move on? Seeing none, can we please proceed?
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go through these relatively quickly, and we can come back to these if you have any questions on them. What I tried to do here is, identify what our focus is going to be over the rest of this year and next year, kind of shown in yellow at the top of each one of these slides, and then we can circle back on these as necessary. This is filing 37, which is just east of the Buffalo Run Clubhouse. It's mostly built out at this point in terms of a land development. So we're in home sales and construction at this point. Lennar and Richmond are also in here, as well as 19 home sites in the gallery that were sold to Richmond. Filing 38, we're all very familiar with this. As you know, you saw this about a month ago. I can tell you right now, we had planned this is the next phase of the collections of Carriage House and Porch Light that were down in Reunion Ridge. And I don't believe we need to retry this discussion, this meeting, this hearing tonight. All I would just commit to you is that we're reevaluating the land use plan that conforms to the current zoning on the property. And that we're going to continue to evaluate what our options are here, especially in light of the Chambers Road discussions that I think have been very fruitful in the last 30 days or so. Village 9, this is also known as Reunion Ridge on the southwest corner of 104th and Potomac. We can see some of the higher density product on just south of the XL power lines. That is the Carriage House and Porch Light collections for Oakwood. Lennar and Tri-Point are also in here. And then as you look further to the north, we have a couple different collections, which I'll zoom in on here in a minute. So this is directly the southwest corner of 104th and Potomac. This is planned for our American Dream home collection. We're planning on delivering 111 home sites later this year and into 2023. There is a site directly on the north side and east side of it. You'll notice it kind of is ghosted in there. This has an oil and gas restriction on it for extraction. That we may not plat those lots until they're done doing their work in that area. So the staff will be seeing that as a future plat probably a year or so from now. Directly to the west of that is our On2 for sale. And I've got some images of all of these products at the end of the presentation. They're also in your packet. We're planning on this as a three-phase development. This will be alley loaded with front-loaded homes on a courtyard, detached garages, a small central amenity there, and then access to Vaughn Way and Tucson Street. Tucson Street is right in, right out at 104th, and Vaughn Way is fully signalized. Directly west of that, we have an on-to community, which would be for rent. This is our first foray into the for rent space. It would be a very similar format in terms of the homes and garages. We've worked with the staff that probably only about half of the homes will have garages, the rest will be parked on the private streets that will be going through the community. And then we have a small amenity up in the corner. And you can see we've got a regional detention pond that is essentially constructed already right now as part of the first filing of Reunion Ridge. The Village Plan South, this has evolved over time. The staff been really great to work with in terms of coming up with a alternative road design based on the idea of the 1,000-foot reverse setback that may be coming our way. So the southwest corner of this site, again, is shown for the extraction oil and gas location. As you see, we are not showing any platted lots within 1,000 foot, anticipating that that would happen down there. We've also identified those two stars represent school/park sites. And as we get further along with our planning of the road network here, we're going to be working with the staff to get those sites dedicated so they can be transferred to the school district. There's a very small kind of wedge property there next to the school site. That's where another amenity will go. We're anticipating this will be another recreation type facility, an outdoor pool similar to South Lawn, because these residents still have the opportunity to use the existing rec center and pool. And we know that that is already, I want to say overcrowded, but is pretty capacity at this point. So we know we've got to provide an additional amenity, and we're going to provide that in this community. I want to point out about this oil and gas down there too, that Councilmember Douglas had brought up. So there's 4 agreements that are in place with Fullenwider and the oil and gas operator. We actually signed 2 of those 4 agreements, and it preempts us from putting any platted home sites in that area up until the summer of 2023. So if they choose not to do that, or if they're not able to get through the process to get those permits, then we'll revisit that. But right now, we are preempted from doing anything, so we're honoring that 1,000-foot reverse setback in the meantime. Reunion Ridge filing 2 and 3. Again, this is, if you will, is this area right here of Reunion Ridge. We've got a few different collections planned in there, working on entitlements right now. This is not impacted by the oil and gas setback. And then this site here, again, it's a close-up showing the setback line. We're planning on this as a third-party builder. Could be Lennar, Tri-Point, somebody else in here. These would be 51-foot wide home sites, probably the largest home sites that we do. And given that Potomac was platted as part of filing 1, we're working with the staff to realign that road to pull it away from the oil and gas site, rather than having just a single loaded arterial going right up against the location there. The next village, we're really excited about this one. This is going to be our first active adult or age-restricted community in Commerce City. It's really a master plan in and of itself. It's going to include gated access, private streets, about a $15 million amenity in the middle of it. The southwest side of the creek there is roughly 900 home sites. We have 3 different styles, again, which I'll show at the end of the presentation. A single-family detached, a cluster, courtyard type home, and then a duet or single family attached. We have traditional neighborhood on the north side of the creek. Again, 46, 51, and 56-foot wide home sites. And then we're working with Shea down near the King Super Center for a mixed use development. I'll talk about that in a minute. So it's just a quick zoom in of the first few phases of the active adult. The thing that's really, I think impactful about this is it's not going to create any negative impact on schools, as no children are permitted to reside in the neighborhood. However, those residential homes are going to pay the full property tax to school district. So it's going to create a positive impact on 27J once it gets going. Also, you'll notice there's a couple of future development opportunities down on 104th. These are planned as mixed use sites, so it could be commercial. Could be senior living, assisted living, memory care, retail. We really don't have anything firmed up there yet, but once we get the main access road in, those sites, I would say, would be ready to go because all the infrastructure would be in place. This is the traditional neighborhood up off 112th and Chambers. Again, the checkerboard pattern just represents different home site sizes. So the yellow is a 46, the brown is a 51, and the orange is a 56-foot wide home site. This also shows the cart path connection. We look forward to continuing to work with the city on how we can make that connection from Buffalo Run over to the regional trail at Second Creek. This is what we're called the Altura site. If you're familiar with, the King Super Center, there's kind of that vacant piece of ground on the west side that's never really been developed. I know Shea had it under contract with somebody a few years ago. They were going to always do some commercial buildings on the front. This is kind of conceptual. But then in the back, it was going to be like a mini warehouse or storage buildings. And they thought there was a different use that would be better for that area. So we're looking at trying to put in some American Dream homes in there. We may do townhomes, maybe for sale, maybe for rent. We're still not sure yet. But this would be outside the gate. There you see where the gated entry is for the active adult. This would be right off 106th. And then this will tie in ultimately to the signalized intersection on Chambers. We would also have Altura Street signalized at 104th as well to provide another safe access point in and out of King Supers. So we'll keep working on this one. See Village 10, also known as the high school or regional park site. We've been meeting very actively with city staff and 27J over the last several months actually, to facilitate the dedication of this 110-acre site from Fullenwider to the city. So we do not own this property, but it is part of the Reunion Master Plan that will help to satisfy our school and park impacts. School District 27J included this in their recent bond issuance, and they're excited to move this forward with design. So I can tell you we've got a legal description, we got title work, we're getting moving on this so we can get this going forward. I think it's important to note, this is the site that we were talking about several years ago for the possibility of a land exchange with Reunion Center. So understand, city would like to own this site, commence some design activities in concert with the school district. And we can talk about this further when we get into Reunion Center in a minute. But I'll stop there again in case you have any questions on those village plans before we get into Reunion Center.
Thank you. Before I open it up for questions, comments, I want to go back to those mill levies because I keep embarrassing myself trying to do public math. But you indicated earlier that the mill levy was initially set at 50 for the bonds and 10 for this operation and maintenance, correct?
That's my recollection.
Okay. And then you said because of Gallagherization, it went up. So again, not trying to embarrass myself with public math, the bond mill levy went up approximately 24%, 26% to get to the 63, 64-ish. But the operations and maintenance mill levy went up 240%. I'm struggling if Gallagherization was the answer as to why the mill levy shifted the way they did, why it is that operations and maintenance mill levy went up so disproportionately more than the bond mill levy did.
Well, I think you did the math correctly. I don't think Gallagher is the answer then. There must have been a different reason for the adjustment. I just don't have that information in front of me tonight.
Okay, thank you. Anybody on council have any questions regarding the different development plans that were just presented to us? Councilmember Noble.
Could you tell me the process that you go through with the evaluation of your plans with 27J? There have been several PUDs, for example, or as things change, et cetera. What do you do in terms of getting new approvals from 27J?
So the original Reunion PUD was based on generally the city's comprehensive plan, which had a school park site, essentially every square mile, so that kids and residents be able to use the school and park with a very short walking distance. So when we took over, and I've got a school map at the end of the slides tonight, but when we took over, a couple of those school sites had already been dedicated, Reunion Elementary and Southland Elementary. And so we were not actually developing in any areas that required any new school site dedications. But we noticed that in Reunion Ridge, there were two. One of them, unfortunately, was very far west and was not really going to be served very well by residents on the south side because it was that Mall Reservoir open space shell property. So I know when we were talking with the staff and the school district in 2018, they suggested moving it more central to the community. That's very close to another one that's on the east side of our property that'll be tied in with the Anderson Farms property. But when there's a situation that the comp plan doesn't quite make sense, we will sit down with the district and with the staff and determine what the best general location is for that. In terms of the size of those homes is based on what the land development code calculations are for dedications. So we do not do cash in lieu. We actually dedicate the land for parks and for schools. And so as part of the PUD process, the staff identified what those acreages would be, and we've allocated that in our plan. With respect to the high school site in Village 10, that is a site that was identified as a school site for over 20 years for a high school. So that was one element of the PUD we did not change when we were doing this a few years ago.
In Reunion Ridge, how many acres are each of those school sites?
So I believe the school park site in the middle is roughly 30 acres. And then the one on the east side, I think our dedication is either 4 or 8 acres, and then the balance was going to come from the Anderson property.
Wait, you have a school site for 30 acres, and then what is the other one?
So on the east side of this property, you'll see there's this small park that was dedicated way back when. We're been asked to dedicate an additional section of that. And then this property, known as the Anderson property, will also be dedicating it. So it's going to be kind of a big area across 3 different developments. So I think ours is between 4 and 8 acres over here. But then this big one in the middle is over 30 acres.
Okay, so 27J requires 10 acres for elementary. Are you looking at the larger one for a middle school?
We think it should be a middle school, but they do not.
Both of them are elementary schools, you're saying?
That's correct.
Yes, I think. All right, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hayes. So who is they when you said they do not think it should be a middle school?
School District 27J.
Really? Okay.
They've told us they would prefer to have 2 K through 5 schools. They're not a K through 8 or a 6 through 8.
And these American Dream homes, are these what you see on 56 off Tower?
Yes, exactly. 54th and Tower on the east side. So there's 2 types of homes in there. The bulk of that neighborhood is American Dream.
I've seen those.
And then there are 6 of the on-2 prototypes that are right on Tower Road. And so if you've seen those go in lately, they're still under construction at this point. That is the on-2 model.
Okay. And then parking. Seems to be a lot of problems with parking. I've seen with the carriage homes that a lot of them are not using their garages to park in. They're using them to store their things that they would probably normally put in the basement in their garages, and their drives don't seem to be long enough to accommodate a lot of the trucks that I see or the 2 cars that they usually have. And I'm seeing a lot of them parking on the narrow street that goes into those cluster homes. And I'm just seeing a lot of problems with parking. So are you really taking that into consideration? I mean, everybody out here has to have a car. We don't have adequate public transportation. So I'm very concerned about the parking.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I appreciate that. We do provide 2-car garages for the American Dream and the Carriage and the Porch Light models, which are the courtyard or cluster product. We do not allow parking in the alley or the courtyard, except in the back of what I would call the 6-pack carriage homes, where it's much deeper. And we do allow some parking in the back 2 units. The on-2 will have either 2 off-street parking spaces or a garage and an off-street space. The thing that I think is a benefit of the courtyard or the alley-loaded product is that rather having a 50-foot wide lot and having a 20-foot wide driveway every 50 feet, we have one driveway. And it actually allows for a lot more on-street parking than, say, a traditional single-family neighborhood. Even though there's no parking in those driveways or those alleyways, it does allow for additional on-street parking because you don't have those driveway cuts every 50 feet. But we do meet the code for the 2 off-street spaces per unit.
It just seems like those houses are they're in a limited space. So as far as like enough off-street parking, there doesn't seem to be enough space to accommodate all the cars that are there. So I'm just saying, the lots are smaller. They're not the typical size lot. And so, you know, usually in front of a regular sized lot, you can park 2 cars, but I don't see how you can park as many cars that there would be for the number of people who are living in that smaller space. But I guess if you say it's doable, I guess that's what the code says. That's what it is. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, please proceed, sir.
Thank you. And Mayor, I appreciate the comments on mill levy. I owe you guys some information after this meeting, so I'll provide the additional information you're requesting in terms of the operating budget as well as any mill levy caps that are in our service plans. So I'll make sure and get that to the staff and get that back to you. All right. Moving on to the Reunion Center. So the map that is before you is the 2019 zoning map for the major areas of Reunion Center, highlights Phase 1, which was always planned to be west of Tower Road, largely because of the infrastructure that is available in that area. So our focus for 2022 is going to be the Stead High School Phase 2 construction, continuing entitlements in what we're calling Village 1F North. Also, land development in that area, Village 1F South entitlements, as well as potentially third-party land sales. And I just want to highlight what these zoning colors mean. I know that legend is pretty hard to read, but in the yellow, the allowed uses are agriculture, commercial, office flex, public institutional civic, as well as residential, and all residential really. Multifamily residential, single-family attached, single-family detached, and single-family cluster. In the orange, very similar uses, except for the residential, standard single-family detached is not allowed. So you can have single-family in the cluster, but you couldn't have 40 and 50-foot wide lots in that area. Business Park 1, the purple, those uses are agriculture, commercial, office flex, again, public institutional civic. Residential that's allowed is multifamily residential and single-family cluster. So single-family attached, like duets or duplexes, and single-family detached standard lots are not allowed. The red parcels actually are still owned by Shea. And then, I would point out that we do need to partner with them at some point when we get going with this phase of the Reunion Center. And the Walmart actually owns the light purple site adjacent to 470. That was the one I was referencing earlier. I'm going to touch on this briefly, and then I was actually going to turn it over to Kelly to talk a little bit more about the Stead School. So zooming in on phase one, you can see several distinct areas of development here. Really, it's a truly mixed-use block. What we're calling the Stead School and future commercial is 1G. The 1F is this kind of middle piece, and then 1F South is the piece on the southern end. So I'm going to hand over to you, Kelly, and we'll kind of tag team this part of it.
I will kneel.
You can sit.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Lead, and I obviously have had a variety of roles here in Reunion, but as of 2021, or 2020, excuse me, I am now with our Active Adult Division. So my role tonight is really as the co-founder, one of the co-founders of the Stead School, along with Amy Swartz, who's our executive director of our Oakwoods Education Foundation, which has been in place for a long time. So when we go to kind of drill into the school site itself, so this is at the corner of Homestead Trail, or what's also known as 106th, as well as Walden, runs the length of Walden. The 10 acres for the school site was donated by the Fullenwider Company and family with a value in excess of $6 million as part of the appraisal that we went through. But it is a multi-building campus. It is a public charter school. We went through an approval process with 27J to get the charter approved. And the school, the intent of the school as a high school, so grades 9 through 12, will develop a grade at a time over each year. That's very important for a high school site to build the culture correctly. So this first year, which opened with what's shown on this map here as Building 2, is a 14,000 square foot building that opened with roughly 160 freshmen. We broke ground on Building 3, what's shown as Building 3, which is a replication of the first building, another 14,000 square foot academic building. And we will have 9th and 10th grade starting the fall of this year. And then Building 4, as shown on this plan, will be a replication of that same academic building, 14,000 square feet, with some supporting buildings, an environmental workshop, which is shown as number 5. That will be built as part of phase 2, which is, again, presently under construction. We just poured the slab this last weekend, and then buildings 6 and 7. So 1 is a greenhouse, 6 is a greenhouse, 1,400 square foot greenhouse, and 7 is a soils and seeds lab. And again, the idea of STEAD, it's a next generation ag high school. It is a blending of project-based learning with career and technical education. So it blends those two things together. It is one of the first of its kind in the country, blending those two opportunities, and it will provide students the ability to earn technical certificates, and for the most ambitious of students to earn their associate's degree while they're still in high school. So we hired a principal, Kevin Denton, a little over a year and a half ago, and then Kevin built his team, and again we opened with freshmen, and then are moving on to freshmen and sophomores this next year. The building or adjacent to the school where it says future development, the original planning for that area showed we had engaged Anythink Libraries about the possibility of a library on that site, and there was some joint planning that happened between the school and the library district. The library district required going to the voters of the county, and on 2 separate occasions that
vote was voted down. So as of right now, there is no plan for a library at the site, and we are discussing complementary uses to the high school on the remaining acreage of that site that's again shown to the right of the school site. The last piece of the school site is building number 1, that is the barn. And in the barn will be the gymnasium, large public assembly space that was approved as part of the 27J election this last November. So we are working with the school district to get agreements in place to start design and construction of building 1. But the benefit of all that will be is that we believe that we're in a position to accelerate the overall development and complete the campus a year earlier if everything falls into place. And I would just close with that, you know, what's unique about this is it represents a public-private partnership between the school district and Oakwood Homes through its education foundation. It is an additional school site above and beyond what is called out in the PUD, and a large majority, $27 million of this project is being independently financed through a variety of sources, one of which is the pledge from the Reunion Community Foundation of $2.75 million that's pledged towards that overall financing structure. And then again, building 1, the barn, is being funded with public funds to build a gymnasium and public assembly space that will be beneficial not just to the school but to the entire Reunion community, because right now we just have the 1 gym for servicing the Reunion community. So this will provide an additional gym that we'd be able to collaborate with the Reunion staff, as well as we don't have a large public assembly space for Reunion, so this would also serve that purpose as well. You know, one of the things that's unique about just the Reunion Center as a whole is, and if you go back to Shay's original planning document, it talked about the best of both urban and suburban design. And one of the things about the Reunion Center was starting to create some urban components, and one of those is the cross-section of Homestead Trail, which again is on the south edge of the school, ties into Walden, and ultimately will go across what is now Tower and will become the Parkway to get over to the other side, to the east side of what will be the future portions of Reunion Center. But these are the cross sections that really create these very active pedestrian streets. And you know, a whole range of ideas were talked about for Homestead Trail, how it could be closed down for certain events, for farmers markets and what have you. But really starting to introduce some more urban elements into the design of that roadway. And here's just a close-up. I mean, this really doesn't do it justice, but the idea is that it will feel very urban-like in a lot of ways and really encourage pedestrian walking along the streets. So there'll be our duets, which Jim will talk about here, but the duets to the south of the school that sit elevated and have some design cues that tie into the school, and then obviously the school itself. And one of the things that, again, was part of the Reunion Center is this idea of the introduction of some dense housing options to create the heads you need to help drive commercial development long-term. But also, as an example, we're reinstituting and restarting the farmers market this year. It's had a 2-year hiatus, and that will actually move it was at the Reunion Rec Center, and will move over to the school site starting this summer. So we're reactivating the farmers market in the Stead parking lot, which we think is a really nice tie to the school as a whole. And here's just some imagery of the duets that again take some design cues from the school. I'm going to now turn it back over to Jim.
Okay. So again, these are the duets. So we're planned directly south of the school. We've got it in 2 filings. We probably end up doing this in probably more than 4 phases, probably more like 6 phases. But as Kelly noted, there's some unique architectural treatments there on Walden and Homestead, and really create that urban edge between the school and High Plains Parkway. The intensity of residential development really decreases west of Walden, and then will actually increase to the south, closer to 104th Avenue. So this is a relatively fresh concept that we pulled together for the mixed-use portion down in 104th and Tower, or 104th and High Plains. Right now, the Reunion Metro District has authorized over $5 million in infrastructure improvements to Homestead Trail, 105th, as well as the regional drainage. This would be paid for by one of the new metro districts, not the existing district. So it's actually the Reunion Center Metro District that authorized these dollars. That was done through a funding and reimbursement agreement from Oakwood to that district. The construction is hopefully going to commence upon construction plan approval by the city. I know final review is pending, probably be a topic for Friday when we meet with the city staff again. This is really going to be required to enable these commercial land uses on the property to get going. Market research from Legend Real Estate Brokers show us that they believe there's a market for small format retail on 104th in this location, but it really reduces as you get further north of the property, as the site kind of gets buried a little bit away from 104th. I can tell you that we actually had them reach out to all of the small format grocers several months ago to find out if they'd be willing to be an anchor on this property, and they just thought it was premature at this point. But we are looking at bringing in this sketch plat, which would show the commercial on the front. The site shown as 1F is roughly 7 acres, which would be a multifamily residential, probably apartment level densities. And then our idea for the future commercial there in Brown is we really want to retain that hard corner for what I like to say, just something great, some place-making opportunity there, whether that be an office building, a series of sit-down restaurants with outdoor seating, just something that would be really dynamic right on that corner, rather than the typical gas station car wash kind of deal. So we're going to be bringing that sketch plat in here very shortly, and plan on bringing that in this month to the city. This next map I thought was interesting to pull together. I give thanks to Jeff for putting this one, all of these together, frankly. But the next map really shows the 2019 vision that we presented to the city underlying the PUD zoning of the property. So as noted in the 2018 design charrette, the site really does not support a lot of retail without a demand driver, such as major employment or the sports facilities concept we talked about. So as noted when we were discussing Village 10, the ball fields concept you can see here is roughly 35 or 40 acres. And this was based on exchanging a portion of the community park site near 96th Avenue for this site. This site would be taken out of taxable production, placed into the Sports Authority, generating its revenue from fees. Then the ball field and other sports facilities would be the demand driver we all sought for the Reunion Center. That was the vision. That could then spur other retail, hospitality, other entertainment uses you see kind of down here in the orange. We had other potential sports facilities shown here, such as an ice house, a water house, a field house, et cetera. Then in turn, as part of that exchange, Oakwood would have the opportunity to develop some of the land near the high school site in Village 10. So, we understand from the staff the land exchange proposed in 2019 may no longer be viable. So we'll just need a different financial structure for us to get this accomplished. But that framework of the districts is already in place. That Sports Authority concept is still in place. As I mentioned at the start of the remarks tonight, it's important not to discount the impact COVID-19 had on the hospitality, restaurant, and sports facilities. Some of us really enjoyed March Madness this year after they had to cancel it, right? We had no one in the stands last year. You had no tournament in 2020. There's little or no investment in these types of ventures since we really jointly suspended our discussions on the Sports Authority in the summer of 2020. A lot of those opportunities we were talking to, those have kind of dried up at this point. We think they'll come back, But, I think the idea is that the proposal or the vision for Reunion Center is changing and evolving, right? It was not necessarily a commitment, it was an idea, it was a proposal. Always required a partnership with the city to execute this. And I think, we need to create primary jobs here, we need to create employment, we need to create something to bring visitors to the site to create this demand that we all want for these restaurants and hotels and entertainment uses. So before I break for questions, I just wanted to show a few more slides to show some additional context about the Reunion Center, trade area, and then some of the infrastructure we need to implement this development. So, I'll give credit to Katie Press for, some of the language here, but we put this map together. I think it's very interesting. I'd seen the trade area maps before, but never with Reunion Center right in the middle of it. And I think there are some incredible opportunities. You can see all the residential around there that's existing and planned, but there's also a lot of constraints, as we know. There's the refuge, there's DIA, there's the noise contour, there's Bar Lake. It is also on the edge of the Prairie Center trade area. We know that these trade areas differ for different types of users. And, you've seen this from her presentation before. I'm not going to read these to you, but, it comes down to what type of retail, how big a site do they need, to what Councilmember Hirsch was referring to earlier. Traffic is a huge driver of this as well. Household incomes, population. It's all a big formula that these retailers look at. So I think we've got a lot of opportunities. I think we're really close on some of these things. Especially when we talk about that second grocer, and maybe Walmart's an opportunity we could keep pressing forward on. Just going to run through these infrastructure maps quickly, and then I'll stop. Our 2020 estimate for these street improvements was $34 million, and you can see now they have gone up dramatically. High Plains Parkway from 104th to 112th is about $16 million. 112th Avenue, which is actually from High Plains all the way over to 470, is really, from Parkside to 470, is 23 million now. Reunion Parkway's in here, Homestead, 108th, Biscay, et cetera. This one shows some of the storm drainage improvements. We've got about 3 basins here we've got to deal with. Some of it can go to the east, some of it can go to the north and west. And you see down in that southwest corner that we moved that pond over, but that's why phase 1 came on so quickly, is we just had very limited infrastructure we needed down there. This one I think is even more telling. It shows the sanitary sewer that's already in place. So we do have a lot of opportunities down here right on 104th to get something going because that infrastructure is in place. Water improvements also, as we move further north, we've got about $6 million of improvements we need, but a lot of it is in place in the south. Again, anticipation of the Walmart. Same thing with irrigation. So with that, I will stop now and let's get into some discussion about the Reunion Center.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that overview. Questions from council? Councilmember Noble?
Did you have any commercial at Reunion Ridge also?
We have not planned any commercial in Reunion Ridge. We had focused all of our efforts here in Reunion Center as the regional town center.
And how much acreage are you envisioning setting aside for commercial in Reunion Center?
Well, this plan showed roughly 30 acres in this block, what we're calling 1E, kind of between Tower and Biscay. We've got, I would say, roughly another 5 to 7 acres down here on the north side of 104th. And then all of this area in orange is zoned mixed use and could be commercial. And everything in purple is a mixed use of commercial, office, flex, industrial. So I would say in the original or the vision from 2019, we really just had this block shown as the commercial core.
And when it comes to the STED school, what was the thinking that you build a whole bunch of homes along Walden, and then you build the Stead School very near the street, and the back side of the Stead School and all of its piping and air conditioning units and all that kind of stuff are facing these very lovely homes that you built across the street. I haven't understood that kind of decision that would be made for people who had already bought your homes, and then the school is placed back up to them.
So, first of all, we didn't build those homes. Those were Shea Homes right across the street, and then Tri-Point just south of the school.
Are you the master developer when those were built?
No, we were not.
Okay, thank you.
But relative to the design, I will tell you there has been and continues to be, if you look at a typical high school or a typical public school, they look very utilitarian. And that's by design, and we don't need to spend a lot of time why the school districts do it that way. That being said, the Stead School has a very unique design that celebrates the history of what used to be Box Elder Farms, of which Reunion is a part. It was a 40,000-acre farm that was accumulated by the Fullenwider, by Cal's grandfather at the turn of the century. That said, it really celebrates the history of Reunion having been a part of that Box Elder Farms. And yes, certainly we have some utilities and what have you on the Walden side, but the enhanced landscaping, the building design itself, and all the things associated with Reunion, with the school, really make it a very unique design that is very different from your typical school.
And how is this school funded?
So, good question. So the operational side, the way it is funded is through, as an approved charter of the district, per pupil revenue comes for each student. That number is set by the state every year as part of the budgeting process. But both the plan of finance in terms of how we're facilitating the physical development, but also the operation of the school comes predominantly from that per pupil revenue that flows through the state to the district and to the charter.
And what about the builders? Do they contribute to that school?
So the builders, yes, is the short answer. So we established the Reunion Community Foundation, and as part of that, a fee is set, and we have every builder contribute to the Reunion Community Foundation. Those funds are pledged towards the $27 million roughly in independently financed costs to build that school, and that pledge that comes through from the builders to the Reunion Community Foundation is helping pay for that independently financed infrastructure that makes up the school.
Do you require that, or?
We do.
Uh-huh, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
So you mentioned there was a plot of land where it could be mixed use, but I know in Reunion Ridge there was supposed to be mixed use, and now it's all residential. So I'm wondering what your definition of mixed use is.
Well, the definition of mixed use is the same throughout the PUD. I can tell you that in Reunion Ridge, we elected to do residential development in those mixed use tracts near 104th Avenue. We've always believed that the Reunion Center is the appropriate town center for Reunion and for this portion of Commerce City, and so we plan the block I showed here, this 30 acres as the commercial core, using the mixed-use zoning.
Thank you for the answer.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, okay. Did you have more presentation, or was that the end of it?
Yes, I've got a few more slides, but I am almost done.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to highlight a couple things regarding infrastructure. A lot of you have seen this, what we've done in terms of developing infrastructure currently. I mentioned the coffee house, this high school we talked about, South Lawn Pool. You know, I think in terms of regional infrastructure, you know, we've been working in good faith. I think our engineers probably been working on it for about 20 years, the Second Creek Regional Drainage Basin. There's a lot of complexity with that right now, but I think we're actually making some real good progress with respect to Army Corps and getting an outfall so that 112th Avenue could potentially be built someday west of Chambers over to the new rec center. So we're continuing to work on that. The Ragweed Draw Basin, which is between First Creek and Second Creek, was actually non-existent when we took on Reunion Ridge. And we actually are accepting flows from upstream properties, and we are releasing at a 9%, not 90, but 9% rate compared to historic, largely because of the infrastructure downstream through Turnberry and Aberdeen was undersized. So, and then of course, 112th Avenue, I think we all know how successful that project was in our partnership previously. I think you have seen this map before, but I just kind of refresh you on it and let you know how we're trying to structure these things. I know in the context of the Consolidated Development Agreement, you know, we believe a new master development agreement is warranted. If you hadn't heard already through the staff, you know, I'm going to say it again tonight. We are not requesting an extension, retroactively or otherwise, of the Consolidated Developers Agreement. We thought that was a good alternative a few months ago. Clearly, a lot has changed in 20 years. It's a brand new council. We've got a brand new master developer. We need to update costs, update projects. It ties into the Reunion Center. So I'm here tonight to say that we want to do a new agreement with the city. As you know, there's a long lead time from entitlements to homes being occupied, but we think it's very important to phase this infrastructure to keep up with the development that's planned in the area. So, you know, in the interim, we would like to continue to process entitlements using the city's standard development agreement, but I can tell you that it has been, it is one of my high priorities over this spring and summer to get something going that we can present to you in short order. So this is a long list of projects. Again, we could debate the cost estimates, but we came up with some revised estimates about 174 million. And I think this map or this diagram is even more important because it talks about the funding sources, talks about the specific metro districts that we could use to partner with the city. You can see some of these projects, like 112th Phase 3 was talked about earlier tonight. That is adjacent to North Range 2. That district has been paying in, if you will, for quite some time, and that should definitely be used for 112th. But North Range 3 would be involved with Chambers, Potomac. We've got these other districts that we can activate to continue to put this plan in place. And I know it's very important for the city to understand when these things are going to be done. And just like you have a 5-year CIP that you adjust every year, I think that's an important thing that we should be talking about, where we can say, hey, what's the reasonable timing, a reasonable planning horizon for some of these infrastructure projects? And then how do we adjust as market conditions change or as needs change for both the city and for us? I think Chambers is a great example of something we can get done relatively quickly. I would say I listened to your meeting where you talked about your 2K dollars. You know, as someone who was involved in the original effort there, I applaud you to going and leveraging that initial voter approval to try to get some more things done. I know you had a long list of projects, and I think Chambers is a high priority one. And you can see here it's going to involve some signals. We've got a 180-foot clear span across the creek, a couple of underpasses, including that cart path we mentioned. So we are in the process right now of updating those construction plans. We've got the Reunion Metro District drafting an IGA based on what you approved for 112th. I think you used it as the model for 120th as well. So we'd like to get moving with you and keep that moving forward. Last thing I want to mention here was schools. A lot of discussion about that tonight. I think you'll find this map pretty useful in that it does show the various school sites that were planned throughout Reunion. Again, Reunion Elementary, South Lawn, the ones shown in orange were included in the bond issuance. The Stead School is here, but we included, the Rocky Mountain Lutheran School, Landmark, these other ones, Stewart, Second Creek, and then here are the two that we have conceptually shown in Reunion Ridge. And we deliberately ghosted out the Village 8, the active adult, because that will have no impact on schools directly in terms of generating students. The rest of the information in the packet is largely a lot of the builders that we're working with. Just show this graph real quick to show that we always like to, as we say, be on the left side of the bell curve. We think attainable, affordable housing is very important for a master plan, but we also want to have a breadth and depth of product. And so we brought in other builders, as you see here, their price points, and the wide range of home prices that we bring into the market, starting in that 300 range. I think the Horizons are probably in the 500s now, all in, and some of the active adults are going to start in the high 400s, but could be up into the 600s as well. But you've got all these graphics in your packet. We don't have to belabor those tonight, and I'll conclude here with any final questions you may have.
Thanks, sir. Again, appreciate all the information you've shared with us this evening. Does anybody on council have any other questions? Councilmember Noble.
How many of those products have shared driveways?
Let's see, I would say the On2 homes, the American Dream, the Carriage, and the Porch Light. Those are all shared driveways. We develop one style of single-family home now on a either 46 or 56-foot wide lot. And then TriPoint has an alley-loaded product around Reunion Park that I would say is shared driveway also. The other builders are standard, what I would call standard single-family front-loaded.
And what's the square footage of the American Dream Porch Light homes?
So the American Dreams range from, I would say, 1,100 to 1,400 square feet as a home.
And I recall that last August, when we had a public hearing for Reunion Ridge, that these American Dream homes have either optional garages or driveways.
Yeah, so what you're referencing, I think, with the plat that was called up in Reunion Ridge was the On2 homes. So these are a cluster home with an alley loaded, and they would have the option for either 2 off-street spaces per unit in the alley or a 1-car garage and a parking space.
So American Dream homes come with a garage?
American Dream comes with a 2-car tuck-under garage, yes.
Okay, thank you. And all of these products are slab homes, no basements?
That is correct.
And what are you doing with regards to looking at the future in terms of climate change, et cetera? So we're looking at neighborhoods that you've created that are not built around transit. We don't have any transit here. So these are going to be car-driven neighborhoods. What is Oakwood Homes doing in terms of addressing all you can regarding these 10 to 11,000 homes and the issues surrounding climate change?
That's a very broad question. I'll try to give the answer as best I can. I will tell you that one of the things that there's several benefits from this, right, is that I think it's adapting to some of the lifestyle that people want in today's market, where they don't want to use a lot of water. They don't want to have a big lawn to irrigate. They may want to have a lock and go situation where you can put turf in your in your side yard or rock, and you can lock it up and go. I would say that, in the neighborhood I live in, which is an Oakwood neighborhood, there's a prevalence of solar throughout the community. We don't provide that as an option. It's very complex to do that. I know Lennar does that with some of their homes. We do sell lots to Lennar, but they are suitable for solar installations. And I can also tell you that one of the things that has been on the forefront of our conversation at the CEO level of our company in recent weeks, literally, is do we want to go to all electric with some of our homes? Xcel has extensive reinforcement requirements for gas lines. They do not have reimbursement agreements where we can get reimbursed for some of those lines from other developers if we put them in first. And so one of the things we're looking at with our On2 homes as well as American Dream is going all electric with these homes. The carriage is a little more challenging because it does require a heat pump system, and you get above 2,200 square feet and 3 stories, it's a little more challenging. But I can tell you our architecture group is really looking at all options to try to actually eliminate natural gas from some of our smaller product. So I would say in general, those are a few things that we're doing. Trying to be very conscious of that, but keeping in mind what the market wants.
And I guess my final question goes back to the very beginning where you have an agenda for a town hall. And I was curious why you had the impression that the town hall was to be hosted by Oakwood Homes and that you were to set the agenda.
Thank you, Jim. I'll weigh in on that question. So, great question, ma'am. We're actually been jointly planning the town hall. They happen to have been advertising that in advance of the night's meeting. We've waited to post the agenda and the approach until after this conversation was had, determining what additional information, materials, feedback that may have been helpful for not just staff but also the community when we go before them. But it is a joint town hall next Wednesday.
It's not advertised like that.
We have not advertised it yet, ma'am.
I would suggest that Oakwood Homes note that it is a joint town hall. It was suggested by the city council via a constituent who wanted to see a town hall.
Fair enough, ma'am. We can have that conversation.
And I think for me that having an agenda that is so set doesn't, and also only having written questions, doesn't provide the opportunity that residents were asking for. They wanted to be able to provide their feedback. Even receiving this presentation tonight means that we're getting the information in advance without learning from the residents what it is that they're seeking in terms of a master plan for the build out of the North Range. I think that would probably inform what needs to happen more than any conversation that we have here tonight. That hearing from the residents is what was the driver for doing the town hall.
Appreciate that, ma'am. I would have to slightly take a different position based off of what I heard for the town hall, which was a general understanding of what's permissible under their zoning, what is their desire, drive with wanting to build out Reunion, a discussion in and around the Sports Authority, and in furtherance of that, whether it's the existing CDA, which we heard tonight that they no longer want to move forward with, or the expectations of a future master development agreement. Going back to the agenda, I would say generally we are trying to meet a variety of different desires and expectations of our community, some of those that may want to have a more intimate conversation with staff, whether it be around boards or during presentation, Q&A. So being able to really blend an open house / a true presentation plus a Q&A across the 3.5 to 4 hours that we have with our community is the goal and the approach. So we're not trying to do a one size fits all. We're trying to meet a broad swath of our community, and I'll say the approach that they're more comfortable with. So more of that to come, or we can dig into that more right now tonight, ma'am.
Yes, that's what I was hoping to do, was to discuss what we're going to be doing and having further conversation about that, because as I say, the feedback that I got from the residents who wanted to do this wasn't necessarily your interpretation.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I actually like the path we're going, because what I see online is half truths at best, and so I think there's an educational period that has to take place. In grand total, I've heard from 4 people, and so those 4 people are in line with Councilwoman Noble's assessment on that. But I've also seen lots and lots of comments that are not only misinformed, but lacking context that has been very public. And so it is my, it's my thought process that from the city's standpoint, minus Oakwood, that we have to get on, we have to find a way to educate and bring the facts back up before we allow for open season on questions, because I think that's gonna take us several steps backwards before it pushes us forwards. I think there's a lot of questions built out of anger that comes from half-truths, or even mistakes about 200 homes being in place of the reunion center. There's still people that believe that, even though it's been corrected online for weeks and weeks. There's still people that I ran into someone 3 days ago that asked me about that. Why did I approve that? Flat out told them we never talked about it or voted on it because it's not a real thing. And so I think that education piece has to be up front, even if it's just the city. I just don't think we're all operating on the same level playing field, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that. And I don't think anybody did it with any intent to misinform or leave out any information. I think we didn't meet with our constituents for 2 years, except kind of informally online. And so I think this is a good reintroduction to a very big plan where we've gained probably 10,000 residents since the last time we had this big discussion, at least that many. And so from my opinion, the education piece, the front side, I would be happy if it was a series of meetings over a course of, once a week or something like that for a course of 3 or 4 weeks, where we did 1 or 2 weeks of educating, 1 week of open discussion and questions, and then 1 week of planning to move forward. And I'm just throwing that at the wall, but I really think that's kind of where we're at, because when the people that I have talked to, I've had to start fresh, like back at 3 years ago, 4 years ago, to be able to have a discussion about what's happening today. And all of that context is unknown in those discussions until it happens. And so it just feels to me, from the limited feedback I have got on this specific item, that there's a lot missing there. And obviously it's festering and we need to address it, but address it in a way that starts with putting facts out, not the ones that are disputed, but just the facts out, where we're going, why and how we got here, what can and cannot be changed, and go from there. Because I think a lot of people are under the impression that the city owns the land and we get to decide exactly what gets to be built there. Obviously that's not the case. We all know that. We've all defended that position over and over again. And I'm not suggesting that's how our meeting starts, but we have to separate some of the half information, half truths with what's really happening, what drives decision making, and where we can go from here.
Any other comments on this subject? Okay, well, thank you. Did I see a hand?
I was just going to say, complete agreement.
All right, well, thank you very much for being here and presenting all this information to us, and look forward to next Wednesday when we can see it again and interact with our constituents, both residents of yours as well as ours, and hopefully come up with a nice positive feeling of what's going to take place in this community going forward. That is our last presentation for the evening, so we will move on to reports, and we will start with our city manager, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, sir. Quick update on community development. They're at 175 active entitlement applications again. So as I've told you before, it bounces up and down, and recently it bounced back up. 309 residential permits have been issued year to date this year. Building safety staff have conducted over 10,000 building inspections. In terms of code enforcement, they have 4,230 total cases and have achieved 82% compliance rate at this point. In terms of the emergency rental assistance program, they've committed $1,768,000 so far this year. And then in terms of economic development, the staff wanted to pass a thank you to City Council for those that attended the Chamber of Commerce event last Thursday. And then Director Claymore will be speaking as part of a panel during a retail summit and conference hosted by the Colorado Real Estate Journal. That's coming up on Wednesday. For Public Works, they have submitted $2 million grant application to Senator Hickenlooper for 88th Avenue, and then also working through Congressman Perlmutter's office regarding RAISE grant, and also received letters of support from DRCOG and NADA. CDOT is submitting their own RAISE grant, and so they will not be providing us with a letter, but they also have assisted throughout the process. For I-270 in Vasquez, we've submitted a $2 million grant application to Senator Hickenlooper as well. And Congressman Perlmutter, and that's for the 62nd Avenue signalized intersection. Brighton Road paving is completed, and that was opened last week to the public. And then trash and recycling, the first free landfill day was held on April 2, Saturday, and there was 582 total loads that were brought in for free, and that was over 2,000 cubic yards that were disposed. And then they've repaired a variety of traffic signs, primarily damage due to high winds, so we'll be watching out for that in this coming week as well. They've been filling potholes, and then did repairs here at the Civic Center in terms of both asphalt potholes and also where there was some spalling concrete. During this meeting, a message went out from Deputy Chief Moon regarding testimony that's going to be occurring tomorrow regarding fentanyl. DC SADAR will be presenting that information. And then we wanted to make you aware that closed captioning is now available on Channel 8. Did you want to do a schedule review or move on? Oh, okay. Oh, there's a question.
Just a quick comment. I know the city used a third party to hang the banners, but there's quite a few that have, like maybe 8 to 10 that have fallen off, the Blue City banners. Just trying to protect that investment.
Yeah, we can pass that on and get them back out.
Councilmember Noble?
Yes, a question for you, Mr. Tinklenberg. I noticed on the schedule that on May 2nd, there's a first reading on the Metro District service plan, model service plan. And then on June 6th, there's a second reading on the Metro District Model Service Plan. However, on May 16th, in between both of those, we will hear a request for a service plan from a developer. So shouldn't that service plan vote come after we have approved the new service plan so that the new rules apply?
Technically, you can apply the new rules to that pending application. There's it's called the pending ordinance doctrine, where if something that is being proposed is the way that the words used in the law is, if it's repugnant to what is being proposed, excuse me, to what the legislation is, it's going to be that's under consideration, such that they're inconsistent in that way, you can cause the conformance with what's being proposed when it's proposed.
What if we have any changes we wish to make to the ordinance, however?
To the ordinance that's under consideration right now?
That it'd be first reading on May 2nd.
Certainly, you can make changes at that time. You can make changes when it comes back for second reading, and you will see changes in it at first reading. That'll be sent out to you hopefully by the end of next week.
And that would all apply to the new service plan?
You could make that applicable to the application that you've received.
Okay, I just wanted to make certain. Seemed like the schedule should have the service plan following our votes.
I don't know the schedule at all, but I'm sure, if council, staff, I'm sure could modify the schedule if it's something that council wanted.
Is there a reason you're doing it in between, Mr. Dinglenberg?
I'm not even sure which service plan we're talking about, so depends on the timing of their requirements for, having their election and that type of thing.
November election?
Yeah.
There's two Metro District service plans that are coming before the council, one being for the Everly Place rezone application, and then the Can-Am.
So I would suggest changing the schedule so that these both come after we have debated and/or approved the new model service plan.
Again, if their schedule allows that, we certainly can make that change. Anything else you know about that?
I've spoken to the developer, and they have been working their way, and allow me to correct myself, there's only one Metro District that's coming forward, which is for the Everly Place development. And they have been making their way through our process for an extended period of time and are desirous of the May 16th date. But if the full council so chooses to have that be rescheduled, then that is the action we will take.
Is anyone opposed to rescheduling after our vote?
I don't see any reason to reschedule. We have these crazy packed agendas
Turn your
anyway.
microphone on.
I can't hear you.
Sorry,
Are
I'm
you
not-
using your microphone?
Yes, I am. There's no reason to reschedule if we can use this rule that Mr. Hayter is suggesting, that we can apply the pending ordinance to the plan that we're hearing. Why are we trying to mess up schedules at this point? Our agendas are packed. This has obviously been planned and placed for a reason. We're just burdening our staff by asking for this kind of stuff.
Actually, one of the roles for city council is to have a say in agendas, so it is not incomprehensible to even making such a request, but thank you
Agreed.
very much.
I would also request that you do not direct staff anymore.
Pardon me?
We need to direct as a council, not as individuals.
I'm not doing it as an individual. I asked if there was how anyone else felt about it, Megan. I'm sorry, Councilmember Grimes.
Councilmember, thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Sorry, this was tangential to what Councilwoman Noble was, but not a direct answer. In the recent 2 weeks, I found out that the county went through an extensive rework of their model Metro District process and not asking for us to completely align with them. I just think as part of our, overlook, we should, again, like I've talked about, and every other time when we're doing regionally impactful things, like let's try to see if we can align with them. They spend a ton of money and a ton of effort to do theirs with similar intentions as we did. There's definitely differences in county property than there is in city property, and so I'm not suggesting we can copy and paste, but would love to have that opportunity to align.
Mr. Rogers.
I think it's worth mentioning that the existing or the proposed Metro District service plan for Everly Place, not Can-Am, just to make sure that I'm clear, is currently in alignment with the proposed service plan model that would be brought forward to May 2nd. And the developer has reiterated that depending on any changes that are made, whether it is at the May 2nd or June meeting, because they will ultimately have to come back for a second reading, that they would agree to any follow-on changes and adjustments to that if the council so chooses to move forward with them at those times.
Based on that, we'll keep it on the same schedule, but, you have the opportunity again to have a discussion about it next Monday night, if council wants to direct differently. So we'll proceed as currently scheduled, but again, subject to other direction.
Given that that's the direction we're going to go, my request would be that that meeting packet includes a comparison between what is approved on the May 2nd ordinance for model service plan and how that contradicts anything that is in the service plan brought before us, so that we can see where those differences would be, and if need be, take action.
We can do that.
Does that work for you, Councilmember Noble? Yep. Okay, very good. Any other questions for Mr. Tinklenberg's report? Councilmember Noble.
You had mentioned that when the bond was refinanced, the 2K bond was refinanced, that rather than 18 million, it was going to be 10 or 11 million. Do we know which projects are not going to be included, and do we reevaluate the priorities? How will this process occur?
So number one, there's a difference between the gross savings and the net present value. So the original estimate, you mentioned 18 million. That was the gross savings over the remaining 20 years. The net present value of that was approximately 14 million. And with the refinancing, by the time everything got wrapped up and the closing occurred, that net present value had dropped from 14 million down to 10.5 million. Now that's savings on the existing bonds that are outstanding. That did not affect the 37 million of new bonds. So it doesn't affect the projects at all in terms of value of the money. Now, what may happen is we are finding that in discussions with South Adams Water and Sanitation District, they have seen price increases year over year from 2020 to, or 2021, I'm sorry, to this year, 2022, of between 48 and 58% increases on their projects, construction projects. So, the devil's in the detail, and that devil might bite us on our projects. It's too early to tell, but the 37 million was not devalued as a result of the refinancing or refunding of the old bonds.
That's wonderful. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
Any other questions for Mr. Tinklenberg? Seeing none, thank you very much for your report, sir. We'll move on to Interim City Attorney, Mr. Hayter.
I don't have any particular updates for you at this time, but it's been a while, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer questions at this time too. I will be sending out an email shortly about the schedule for the Water Quality Control Division as it relates to Rule 38, seeking your input on whether we want to engage outside counsel to do a filing in that matter and represent the city in that case. So you can expect to see that sometime in the next week as well. But if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those at this time too.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hayter? Councilmember Noble.
A few weeks ago, you had mentioned that you had, that you were preparing a consolidated development agreement analysis, and that we should watch for it in our email.
Yeah.
And we didn't receive it, and I would like us to have a copy of it so that we have a way of comparing, what happened in the past versus what needs to happen in the future because of your analysis.
Sure. So because the CDA ended up not being, well, recently we decided not to renew it. So I kind of dropped that aspect. But during the course of trying to understand how the CDA, not only what it says, but how it's been used by staff, I've sent out a number of questions and did a good amount of fact finding just to be able to provide you guys with more information about how it was actually utilized. I'm still working on that because I have trying to confirm whether there's any potential legal risks or analysis that this body should be made aware of. I actually have some more meetings scheduled to try to make some of those determinations. So the project has shifted from giving you an analysis of the CDA and what it would mean to renew it to, at this point, doing more of a risk analysis of whether we have issues and concerns with how it's been handled internally. That I think when I get that information to you, you'll have that to go on to know how to negotiate a new agreement. Does that make sense? Is that okay?
Yes, it does, and thank you very much.
Sure.
Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Hayter? Seeing none, any council members wish to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just last Thursday, I attended the Chambers of Commerce Meet the City Council event, so that was an interesting event. Like I said, and nice to meet the businesses that are in Commerce City, and just wanted to tell the city staff thank you for fixing the pothole and all the areas here at the Civic Building, and a real big thank you also for the code enforcement for all their hard work and their high percentage of effectiveness, so thank you. That's all I had.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. I attended the same Chamber of Commerce event, and it was really great meeting with people and talking with them about what they witness here at city council meetings and what they want to see for the future in Commerce City as well. Terry Lucero meeting, who is the Chief Operating Officer of 27J, was a couple of weeks ago, and I failed to mention it last week, so I apologize for that.
Any other council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. Yes, I also attended that get-together with Terry Lucero. It was very informative, and I really appreciated the time that he spent with us telling us how things work. So that was very good of him to spend that time with us, and we did it via Zoom, so it was a good meeting. I was not at the Chambers event, and that was because I was at the state capitol. I was testifying and made sure that everyone knew that I was there in my own behalf, and that I was not representing the council. That was on the air toxins bill, and it did pass out of the House and was going to appropriations.
Any other council members? Seeing none, I will be brief in my comments. Tuesday evening, had a meeting with City Manager, Deputy City Manager Rogers, and Councilmember Hurst with Oakwood Homes. Thursday evening, went to the Chamber event at Buffalo Run. Appreciate the Chamber putting that on and giving us the opportunity to get out there and mingle with their constituents and their members as well. And then Saturday evening, had the privilege of riding with Commerce City's Finest on a ride-along and seeing how they operate throughout our city in order to protect us. Also want to give a shout out to, I won't dox him or say his name, but we did have a resident who had an issue with her very young daughter, and the officer is credited with saving the daughter's life. So thank you very much for that. The parents were very appreciative and wanted to make sure that the officer knew that they appreciated the effort that he put. So between them and South Adams County Fire and Ambulance District, just appreciate having some good positive feedback for once. So thank you very much for that. Regular meeting next week. Have a good evening. Have a good night.